Hello,
Yeah.
everyone, and welcome to Hoard of the Dragon Queen, session 16, I believe. We just finished up with Castle Naerytar, which is chapter 6 in the module, and leveled up to level 7, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And does anyone want to give a recap while I send out some social media alerts?
Allie loves recaps. I'm pulling up minutes right now. See, I couldn't tell if she couldn't hear me because she had her headphones on, or...
Wait, were you talking to me?
I said Allie loves recaps. Alright, let's see. Session 15. The storming of Castle Naerytar started with us going to apprehend Farblex Spattergoo, who's the head of the Bullywug. Oh, it's such a good name. I think we initially were going to try to charm him to get him to fight with the cultists, and that plan fell through almost immediately because the spell didn't work, if I'm recalling.
Mm-hmm.
So
Neither of the two charmed persons worked.
tried to. Yeah, and then mayhem broke out. He grew really big, and just a big old hit point meat sponge cast some nasty stuff on us. But we managed to defeat him, and then the Bullywugs set out to fight the cultists, and we had cool kind of a mass scale battle going on.
It was really neat.
Mm-hmm. Kyla was still infiltrating the dragon cult, hanging with Asbara Joss, and I forget the other person's name because they're dead now, so... There's another mage who had the Staff of Fire, and Kyla used Subtle Spell to try to charm him, but it failed, but he didn't know who cast it because of the Subtle Spell, so he turned on both Kyla and Asbara Joss. And then they teamed up to take him down, and a giant trash monster with tentacles grabbed him and ate him. Hold him back. While Kyla, he was paralyzed. I think Kyla used Hold Person to paralyze him, and then the trash monster ate him, giving Kyla just enough time to sneak out and grab the staff from his hands.
She used a mage hand, actually.
Ooh,
from across the room.
Even better.
She was like, yoink! Not going over there to grab that staff.
So the Bullywugs got absolutely destroyed by the cultists, lobbing fireballs down on them. Then we got the Dragonborn to join us against the cultists. And we saw Rezmir trying to presumably go deeper into the castle, either to the vault or the kitchens. So we fought our way across the courtyard, got inside, and found that she had disappeared through a teleportation circle. But we fought through some of the Frost Guard. It seemed like they were repurposed Dragonborn who were infected with this dark magic or had been turned into frost zombie soldiers, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of thought we were going to die.
But it actually ended up being, we didn't even take any damage. Very, could have gone the other way.
Yes, it could have.
But then we determined that Rezmir had disappeared through a teleportation circle, and we found the code word for it as we were searching through the rest of the castle. I think Karen went through, right?
Yeah, Karen went through, took a peek. Seems like there's some branching paths we can take.
It looked like it was a forest somewhere. I think
Yeah,
you made a
Kobis
roll, or you
too.
took Kobis?
Yep.
Okay. So it's like on the far east or southeast of the map. And I think our tentative plan was to contact the powers that be to let them know about what we'd done and potentially either try to go after them or to lure Rezmir. I know Kyla had an idea to lure Rezmir back, so maybe she'd like to speak on that or add anything I'd forgotten.
We have Asbara Joss. I was thinking maybe we could use some kind of spell to make him write a letter to Rezmir, and we can send it through a bird or something. So none of us has to go there and be in danger if she finds out. And if there's any code words, then Asbara Joss would know.
Yeah, I think that's a fine idea. Let's get to ground floor of the castle. So I'm assuming you want to do a long rest before that.
Yeah, I think we do.
Because I think
I
everybody
don't know,
I
was.
can't
Karen's in good
speak
shape.
for everybody, but
Karen's ready to go. Yuri's like limping in,
Yeah.
blood dripping onto the floor.
Yuri's at half health, still has some spell slots, no healing left.
Ugg got taken
health
down.
must be nice.
Yeah,
Oh,
Ugg
God, I
almost
forgot
died.
about
Ugg
Ugg.
got swallowed by Farbleck Spatterdew.
He did get swallowed
He did.
after Farlex got big.
Was it Kobis that dealt enough damage to get him out? Somebody did, or maybe it was no.
I think it
Ugg
was
used
Ugg.
the wand of lightning from inside.
Yeah,
Farbleck.
yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yes.
So good.
All right.
Little acid reflux.
Last session was super awesome. So everybody take an inspiration.
Another.
Yeah.
Thank
Unless I did that at the end
Thank
of
you.
last session. I don't remember.
I don't think so, but I got one at the end of last session. So
Play by a very specific rule in D&D Town, and that rule is no backsies.
I'll remember that.
I'm just no. It was a joke. It was
Sorry, no backsies.
Damn.
No maxes.
No backsies is a by default no backsies rule.
Dang.
One other important thing happened last game, and that was Sarok was killed in battle. He had gotten out of position and killed a cultist, and he was super happy about it. And then some other cultists came up behind him, and the troops could have saved him, but it would have cost a lot more lives than just Sarok. So Kobis made the tough call of holding everybody back, and Sarok died. Sad day.
no.
So
Remember Sarah?
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was making a reference to Remember Saldor because their names are similar.
Nice. So yeah, Kobis, you remember like back in the olden days, a shaman had long predicted that Sarok would die a soldier. So one of the reasons why his parents kept him so sheltered and drove him kind of into logistics and being like the town's merchant / quartermaster was because they wanted to keep it. They thought, hey, if we don't make him a soldier, then he can't die a soldier. But that shaman wound up being right.
And was that the same shaman that Spatterdew happened to kill?
Yeah, that was Suncaller.
Man.
Dang.
So, if you guys are taking a long rest, there's a few places you can do that. There's a spot you can keep all the bad guys, probably somewhere in this place. You do have maybe 10 or 15 cultists that wound up surrendering in Ezbarajas. The central tower is pretty defensible, and these crew quarters could probably be turned into... This is where Ezbarajas and Kylo are staying. They are probably where you can keep the prisoners. And then you guys can find a nice spot to sleep. So everybody heal up, replenish your luck. Whatever other resources. I think Ugg picked up a level of exhaustion from his frenzied rage last time, but that goes away too. And yeah, it's not a pleasant sleep for anyone probably, but Kobis, it's very humid in the swamp. There's plenty of bugs.
Perfect.
And if you don't have scaly skin, then you get eaten up by mosquitoes pretty bad.
I have direct life experience with that and it happened years ago, but it has stuck with me ever since. It was the worst night of sleep I've ever had in my entire life.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Awful.
Where was it?
It was a Boy Scout camping trip. We did like a small mini trip within the trip where we went canoeing to a spot for a day and slept there and then came back.
You know, by the water where there are bugs.
But we were all just like lying in a pile, and we draped these tarps around to try to keep the bugs out because we didn't have a lot of good supplies, but that just made it even hotter. So it was like just a night of being drenched in sweat, waking up every 5 minutes, either because you were too hot, too sweaty, or being eaten by a bug. All night for the entire night.
You know, they really say that Boy Scouts builds character, but that sounds like the absolute worst.
Yeah, it was like, well, I surely don't want to live in a swamp now. I don't want to be a swamp person, so.
You know, I thought Shrek really had his stuff together, but now I'm rethinking.
It's not the life for me. Give me my
Well,
AC.
I can't fight Shrek. It's got that thick onion skin.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, it's not a pleasant night's sleep, but you do get all your resources and stuff back, and so you spent your 8 hours doing that. I sent out a big, huge document o' loot.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. There were still a few rooms that you hadn't explored yet. Were any of those just like you dying to explore before you went to pursuing Rezmir, or told people about told the higher ups about your plans?
There was 2 places I want to investigate, I think. Let me check if I put them down. But one was definitely behind that painting in Rezmir's room. I wanted to see if there was anything behind there.
Yeah, so let's just open that up. I think that's on the 3rd floor.
It's 3L, Rezmir's office.
There we go.
Did it say what the painting was of?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find.
Coming out of a volcano, if I remember correctly.
3L.
Nice. Well, if nobody's opposed, Karen's going to start filching that, because that's going to go for some good cash.
You betcha.
Nimbly flicks out her little painting ceiling dagger and sets to it.
I just imagine Karen casting fly on herself so that she can, like, go around and just
She
cut the
absolutely
edges.
would do that.
Also, the other thing I wanted to investigate was the telescope. I wanted to cast Detect Magic as a ritual.
Gotcha.
I just got rid of the invocation that lets me cast Detect Magic at will.
And give Shadow a lecture because he tried to blackmail me.
What? I don't know
true.
if that's true.
I was just talking to Doug this morning. I was like, I can't believe Shadow, that little snake.
It's a black dragon, or black pseudo-dragon. Sneaky Trixie.
I wonder how those eggs are doing.
Where the heck is this stupid painting? Is this in Rezmir's sanctuary? No. I gotta open up my, I can't search this document, so give me a second.
It's in 3O. It's Rezmir's sanctuary.
Okay.
The room is bare. Its only decoration is a stylized depiction of a 5-headed dragon rising from a volcano, painted on the back of the door, where it won't be seen unless someone closes the door while they're in this room.
Oh, it's
Gotcha.
painted on the back of the door.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a painting.
That's fine.
Can I just take the door?
Take the door.
Yeah, just put it in my portable hole. It's like, Yuri, get it down there.
We're already shoved the...
Yes. This painting...
Statues.
This painting isn't exceptionally good. It's more just a religious symbol, and it looks like probably someone in either in the cult or possibly in the swamp scale tribe has painted it. And they're decent artists. It's just not. You don't look at this and go, whoa, this is going to sell for a lot of money. You go, this is probably just a symbol where Tiamat or where Rezmir could come and just perform her worship.
Do you think Tiamat would be affronted that an artist would depict her in such a rudimentary form? Like, would they levy punishment against a cultist who is incapable of capturing her grandeur and beauty in an appropriate manner?
Quite possibly, but
Just take the compliment, Tiamat.
Well, okay, we'll keep the door and we'll use it on Tiamat when we eventually run into her. Maybe it will lower her self.
Yuri casts
It's a buckler
offense.
shield.
Yeah, vicious mockery.
Look at what they think of you, Tiamat.
Can we paint like mustaches on all 5 heads of them?
sure. Yes, you can deface this religious icon of Tiamat. Say her name a whole bunch too. That'll be great.
A little more than 3 times should do the trick.
In
She'll
a
get the
mirror
hint.
at midnight, you'll be fine.
Let's do it 9 times, which is 3 times 3, just to be sure.
Ah, multiples. Perfect.
So, there's nothing really special about this painting other than it's just some sort of religious significance for Rezmir. You also said you wanted to go into the up into the observatory.
Yes, I wanted to cast a detect magic on the telescope because I have it as a ritual.
Yep. So when you come up there, when the group's with you, suddenly these 4 gargoyle statues spring to life, and they're in the 4 corners of the room. Wait, that's a circular room, isn't it? Where'd it go? Okay, no, it's not too bad. So yeah, there's in the center of each of the diagonal walls, there's a gargoyle up near the top, and they swoop down and attack you. So rather than play that out, I'm just going to say burn this many spell slots, and I don't think they're going to hurt you too bad. We'll say 3d10 hit points among the group. So 3 spell slots and 13 damage among the group.
I will spend a spell slot.
I will spend a spell slot.
Don't
And
you spend
so will
one. You have 2. You have 2 spell slots. That's all you have.
I cast Eldritch Blast and Minor Illusion.
It's fair.
I know what I'm about.
I'll definitely spend the spell slot, and I will take some of the hit.
Cool. Yeah, so coming back to this room, this is 3U. So you spend a little time casting. While you're getting that set up, I will... Stargazers converted the top level of the keep into an astrological observatory. The most interesting device they installed was a Farseer of Ilusk, a telescope-like contraption that is useful for observing and studying heavenly bodies, but which can also be used in a manner similar to an arcane eye spell. It definitely detects as magical. In that mode, the Farseer can view a location within 50 miles of it. Tuning and focusing the device this way calls for a considerate amount of skill and practice, and the device's dilapidated condition makes the process even more difficult. Currently, like you go up and look at it, and even though it's pointing up in the sky, you can see the... What the heck was the name of that little outpost where you guys were just at? Notes. Save me.
Ooh, I like this music.
It's from The Witcher.
Allie's DJing today.
Ah, that makes sense.
Witcher! It's just Geralt standing there for hours.
He loves it. He loves the rain.
Winds howling.
You know what he says in those scenarios?
Mm.
Hmm.
Damn, you're ugly.
What?
look, man, when
Carnath
Random-
Roadhouse. There we go. Sorry.
when random like bandit NPCs are like, "Oi, Witcher, you're so ugly," I'm like, that is so rude. Geralt is very handsome.
He's anime ugly, right? Like he's supposed to be ugly
Yeah.
in their world, but everyone's like, no.
Yeah.
When I was reading the first book, the author, like in the first short story, made a point of being like, "Yeah, this guy, he's ugly. He is not an attractive man. He just looks," and then like immediately backtracks several short stories later, where he's like, Geralt, it's not so bad.
Now that I've reeled you in, let me undo this.
All right. So this they say it's only 40 pounds, but I was picturing something just massive that sits in this room, like a big, huge telescope that turns the
Like the top of the
turns
tower.
the whole top of the tower, so this massive telescope can point into the sky.
That's really cool.
And yeah, you look into it right now, and it's looking into. I don't think you guys ever were there, but so let's see. Let's go to Carnath Roadhouse. Yeah, you guys saw into that room. Basically, it's looking inside this room. This one. Room number 4. There we go. That was the secret room that where they were funneling all the supplies and stuff.
Very cool.
And you don't see any of the marked crates that were coming this way that are there.
Do we see any of the... Is there still any cult members in this roadhouse? Can it move around and search the rest of the buildings?
Give me an arcane roll, probably someone that's good at it. And I think you need a DC 15, a failure, and it's going to you're either going to have to stop or forcibly do it, but it breaks it.
Oh my.
I have +4 Arcana.
Go for it. You got this.
Alright.
Yes. All you.
But of course I.
Yeah, for this minor of an adjustment, you've looked at it. It takes you a while to do this, but you can sort of move the where it's looking at inside the room. So you pull it back out into this general area, and you do see a few cultists, but like they're just milling about. Doesn't look like they're doing much of anything. You see a lot less cultists than you do just normal people that work in the roadhouse.
Just for clarity, were the cultists there still being kind of like on the quiet, or were they out in the open?
Definitely on the quiet. There are two purposes for this roadhouse. One, it serves as a spot where they can work on this road that constantly gets flooded by the swamp. They're trying to reconnect Neverwinter and where? Hold on a second, I gotta go back. My Sword Coast lore is a little bad.
Maybe Waterdeep?
Neverwinter and Waterdeep, yeah. So this is the spot. This swamp just keeps encroaching further and further inland. So this road near the Cardath Roadhouse is what they're working on, and the majority of the people are there. But the leader of the roadhouse was in on the dragon cult, and some of the merchants and stuff, and guards that came up escorting the wagons moved up. Looks like most of them have moved back south, and Gulliver would have been able to tell you some of this too.
Well, he better
Right.
be at the summer house by now. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can be at the summer house.
Yes.
It's learning how to make mojitos.
He's probably helping clean up the spot and not enjoying Ia's company.
Ia is very personable.
I imagine she would just be critiquing what he's doing at all times, as like efficiency wise. Do it this way. Why are you wasting time doing that? Do it this way.
He's just like sullenly making supply orders for his new leatherworking table.
So, how did you say you knew Karen again?
I think just as a background thing, I don't want to spend really a lot of time, but maybe I send like a small group of the tribe's soldiers to go over there, infiltrate, and call out the leader of the roadhouse and say, hey, we're taking over. If there's any innocent people there, we'll allow them to continue to work, but kind of kick out the cultist and take ownership of it.
Can we, is it, would it be too authoritarian to round up all the people at that outpost, put them in a small area, and cast Zone of Truth on them? Is that too much?
That's a little bit tyrannical, I would say, but you can do what you want.
Yeah, not very glorious. I don't think that would occur to Yuri.
But
I mean, we need answers. We can't make if they're cultists.
But
They're cultists.
It's like a 2-day hike to get back there through the swamp.
Oh, okay. So that's a little time consuming. Yeah, never mind.
No, don't care that much about it.
Yeah.
The risk of random encounters.
Oh, what could you randomly encounter in this mirror of dead men? It's not even important.
Gee, I wonder. It's a mystery.
Speaking of random encounters.
What?
Oop,
Uh,
oop, oop.
What?
Cool.
Now that
wow.
the group has healed up, Yuri is much more gung-ho about following the cult or making sure that, action is continued, so...
Cool. So one thing that happens is the next day, or around the same time that you guys were making it into the camp yesterday, another load of supplies comes in with more treasure from the cult's pillaging of the green fields all the way up here to Castle Naerytar.
Is this the group that we were a part of and that we went ahead of?
No. This is a second group. They basically had a couple of days worth of stuff in it, and I'll roll up some random treasure for you a little bit later. But basically, they didn't know that the cult had been overthrown, so you bring them up to speed.
We need to return all the stuff to the villages they came from. Not right now, but I don't think we should keep it because it's a lot of stuff.
Well, Kara's definitely not already loading up her portable hole.
Shing, shing, shing.
Get a short montage around the castle as Yuri just follows Karen as she points at things and throws the hole on the ground, and he just dumps these heavy objects inside.
There's
Just barely folding it closed. Just okay, just let me push this down, and you can close it up.
All right.
Every time she takes a step, the handkerchief just makes this weird clanking noise.
Don't go blowing your nose in it.
I went crazy.
So yeah, the swamp scale guys just do their normal thing until they're looking around. They don't see bullywugs and they don't see that, and there's kind of cheering and laughter since they've been liberated from their cultists and bullywug oppressors. Another thing that happens a little bit later that day, you see in the distance, you see 3 dugout log canoes being rowed by a clutch of small kobolds. Where's our first floor thing? So on the very left side of the map, which I think is south. The boats carve a dark wake through the vibrant green algae floating on the surface, and when they reach the shore, the largest kobold directs the others to drag the boats onto land. They approach the castle, chattering in Draconic.
I wonder what they brought us.
Goodies, to be sure.
It looks like one of them's carrying a chest, a small chest.
Well, it would be polite to not go and say hello.
Yeah.
Let's put on our cloaks. Let's go.
Yeah, one of the let's see. We'll use poison scale or poison gaze since she is an NPC we made. She's been kind of hanging out with the group and offering her advice and telling you how you should be doing things and what you should be doing. And she says that those are kobolds of the Black Death. Treat them well.
Oh.
They are here for their payment.
And how much?
And how often do they come for the payment?
It's about once a month, I'd say.
Oh, no, then if we have it here, we should pay it, just to keep things under wraps for the time being.
Yeah, she agrees, and she'll walk out with you, but she promises to keep quiet.
Should we know how much this already is? That way, when we bring it out, they can just go away right away.
I think we found out last session it was like 200 gold or something.
Yep,
Is that right?
200 gold.
Chump change. Just, scrape all the money off the tables and do a bag, and that should be enough.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, well, we'll make sure it's the adequate amount of money.
All right.
Can we... If Poison Gaze has dealt with them, should we send her to be the one to deliver it so that there's not, new people for them to report back about, or...
Yeah, she shakes her head. It wasn't me. It's typically bullywugs.
Oh.
Kylo wouldn't mind going down.
I can look like a bullywug?
You can?
Yeah, I took my new invocation. I can cast Disguise Self at will without expending a spell slot.
I can cast Polymorph to turn into a boy.
Yes, bullywug squad.
All right,
But-
bullywug squad. Let's do this.
I'll just stay slightly out of sight.
But nah, it's
Points
alright.
at him.
Yuri poking around a corner just watching.
Kylo can't become a bullywug, I don't think, because Disguise Self isn't strong enough to do that for her specifically, and Polymorph only works on beasts, I believe. Or turn something into a beast.
You wouldn't be able to use Disguise... Do you know Disguise Self?
I might.
You have a
but I
tattoo
know it
that
doesn't.
can do it once per day.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, but it wouldn't work for this because bullywugs are really tiny.
No,
And
they're medium-sized creatures.
oh, really?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, bullywugs are beefier. I'm just gonna be a very small bullywug. Like a tadpole, if you will.
Why are we disguising ourselves as bullywugs in the first place?
Because normally bullywugs are the ones that deal with this payment.
We have to let them know, that the cult is no longer here, right?
Why would we do that? No.
Nah.
These are the kobolds of the giant black dragon that could come and destroy the entire keep on its own.
Yeah, but they're gonna run out of money eventually, and the Black
That's
Death
not
should
our
know. The Black Death will find out on his own because
Well, my hope
knows
is that we'll be able to get our trading thing going on, and that hopefully the 200 gold a month will be easily covered on their own if we can make this into a profitable venture.
I mean, if we want to do diplomacy and honesty up front, that's totally cool with me. My first instinct was
It's
to
a
keep
lie.
the lie going, but that doesn't mean it's the right way. So Kyla is very, diplomatic, and if she wants to use this as an opportunity to start maybe getting to know this like super powerful black dragon on friendly terms.
Like,
Yeah.
my concern is just we keep acting like it's the cult here, and the Black Death agreed to help the cult at some point, if I remember correctly. And then he flies overhead one day, and he's like, "But where's the cult?
Yeah,
Who are all these people who have destroyed the cult?"
you don't know what deal that he has with Rezmir. So you know that Rezmir made a deal, and part of the deal is giving him 200 gold a month. That's the extent of your knowledge.
I mean, it sounds like it's just rent,
You said there were a bunch of papers in Rezmir's room. Is there like a signed contract or anything by chance?
No, none of that's written down.
Yeah, if you want to go the diplomatic route and say, "Hey, we're the new residents, and we're happy to continue to pay tribute," or something like that, that's totally cool.
Yeah,
Worth a try.
I'm all for it. I mean, we're out of here anyway, right? Like, we're probably not going to spend a lot of time here. So,
No.
Karen's inclination is for mischief at all times, if possible. So, you really shouldn't listen to her, is what I'm saying. Karen is trying to be a better person, but she's got to get her kicks where she can.
I think we do what's fun, so.
Yeah.
All right, so what's the plan? Vote on it. Diplomacy or lies?
Out of character, I'm cool with diplomacy.
Yeah.
Yuri's going to be hiding nearby, so he's not going to participate in the conversation.
Yep.
Oh man, I need to update a picture real quick.
if we're going the diplomacy route, then Kyla's tattoo is definitely going to change to a black dragon during such.
Ooh.
Cool.
Yeah,
I don't like every time she's talking about dragons, like it's just always been changing, so I want to keep that up.
Cool.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's very cool. That's very cool. Yeah, I vote. Let's go try Kaylee's way of diplomacy, and I'll kind of hang with Yuri in the background
And
and Poison Gaze, I guess.
we can just go through the teleporter and leave forever.
There you go.
Perfect.
Perfect. And the swamp scale tribe lived happily ever after.
Well, I mean, they're gonna be fine. They live in the swamp.
Pretty
They
big
know what's
swamp,
up.
so.
All right. So you-
Kyla will come up with about 200 gold then.
Would any of the swamp scale know anything about this agreement just from having overheard things with the cult?
they know that the Voraghamanthar has not been messing with the cult. They haven't been attacking, or he hasn't been attacking. He hasn't been eating anybody. Maybe a polywog every once in a while, but he didn't mess with the swamp scales or the cultists.
Gotcha.
And other than that, nope. He never flies over here. Rezmir has gone out to meet him a few times.
Gotcha.
All right, so you all move out to the to meet with the kobold. Where are my notes? One of the kobolds is just slightly larger than the others. He has shiny black scales. He's muscular for a kobold and has these gleaming white, sharp teeth and beady red eyes. He also has a jagged tooth axe strapped to his back, and most kobolds you've seen have been like shy or skittering. He's standing tall and walking proud. And he stares whoever's up front in the eye. Yes, here for our payment.
Alright. Kyla will speak in Draconic to them, but she will say, yes, here's the payment. There are new residents here. The cult is no longer in place here. There's now a tribe of green dragonborn living in the castle, but we are happy to keep up the agreement with Voraghamanthar.
That was a whole lot of words.
In Draconic.
Yeah, in Draconic. So he looks at you. He narrows his beady red eyes. You killed the cult? I don't think so. He looks around, but he doesn't see a whole lot of bullywugs.
I had help, and I'm a spellcaster.
This is... And you say you have the payment?
Yes, she said she did.
Well, the kobold that was carrying the small chest brings that and lays it at your feet, opens it up, and it's a completely empty chest.
You know, gold in there, and she'll say, are there any terms to the agreement that we are required to fulfill for him?
The deal's off. You'll have to negotiate a new deal, I guess. I cannot speak for someone so grand and mighty as Voraghamanthar. And he, says his name in reverence.
Why, of course. I wouldn't expect you to. So, what should we do? Should we speak through...
Pray to your gods, I suppose?
That's a valid option. Out of character.
And hope he is merciful.
Would he be alright with us just continuing to pay the 200 gold every month?
Are you asking him or are you asking the DM?
I'm asking the kobold.
I don't know. It depends on what mood he's in. What would you like me to tell him on your behalf?
I would like it if
Since
you could...
you've killed his friends.
Right. I would like it if you could tell him that there are new residents in the Castle of Naerytar. They're a tribe of green dragonborn. The cult are no longer here, but we are happy to keep up with payment every month in return for not killing everyone, basically.
All right, give me a diplomacy roll. Let's see. What's a good failure case? I know it springs to mind.
God.
Oh, see, that's lovely.
Please.
I have a feeling we all know what springs to mind.
As long as it's not... I just don't want to talk to the Black Death in person or the tribe to die. So, because both of those would lead to death.
All right.
Would I be able to support in making, in casting some subtle cantrips to make her look very impressive and, maybe glow a little bit?
I don't know how that will translate to the kobold bringing the word back. Maybe? You guys think that's enough
I just want to
for...
impress this one dude.
Okay, if you just want to impress Zek, I think that's fine. If you're wanting to impress the Black Death, it's going to be a stretch.
So my out of character counterbalance to this is if you make Kyla seem more impressive and she really impresses this kobold, he's going to take the money back and be like, "Oh, you should have seen this person," which guarantees that you're going to have to talk to him in person. So
Oh no!
we could have flown under the radar and just paid the money and let it go, but now we've attracted his attention to some extent. So we're gonna have to either get a deal with him, or we're gonna have to talk to him.
Or
Oh my
Or
god!
you can
kill all
convince-
of these kobolds right now and then cheese it.
Right, but that'll still kill all of the Dragonborn living here.
But the
because-
Dragonborn could come with us.
But
Yeah.
this is their home.
But
they could.
it's a garbage swamp.
They are tired of moving. They are just like, okay, we're sitting here. We're not moving. Who cares if there's a black dragon? That's what I inferred.
This is like people who live in Arizona and they're like, well, we've always lived here. It's terrible, but what can you do? There are other places to live.
Yeah, but there are people that will still stay there and say, "Nope, this is my home. I'm stubborn."
Well, that's on them.
Yeah.
All right.
We're providing opportunities. It's what
But
we do.
again, moral counterbalance. We did come here and free them, but we also put them into this exact position too. So we weren't personally responsible for them, But this is Kobis' home tribe, so like
Kobis' tribe.
I think Kobis has a say in that too.
Kobis
It's part of
help.
his story. Again, as a player, I have no preference here. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate and say, if we're trying to not attract this dragon's attention and we don't want to talk to him, the best thing we can do is be innocuous and give him no reason to think anything's amiss.
I would be able to do it. I'm just very worried about it because it'll get me killed. And I like Kyla. Kyla's nice.
You don't like Kyla.
Kyla is
I
nice.
want Kyla to grow and become the greatest dragon sorcerer of all time.
I'll tell you.
So
Like,
she could be the
not-
only dragon scholar to return for the Black Death, or she could just be another nameless person in a book. Who's to say?
All right. So, to keep the exact same deal, like you haven't offered any kind of different terms. To keep the deal that you're proposing, I'm gonna put it at a DC 19. And if you don't stick around, you're not sure what the failure case is, but I have something in mind.
Does
that's-
Kyla want support from Karen?
Oh God!
That's
Can
in
I
your
put an inspiration on this?
Yeah, you can. So, yeah, you can do an inspiration. Kyla can, or Karen can help you out.
Oh, it's a need it.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Nice.
Yeah, you lay out the terms, and the kobold shakes his head. It's like, I'll tell them. I don't know what your chances are, though.
If you could, if it's not too much trouble, when he has made his decision, if you could send a messenger here just to let us know, then that would be very much appreciated.
Oh, I'm sure he'll. I'm sure he'll let you know. I wouldn't even worry about it.
God.
Something that could tip the odds in your favor. Perhaps the delivery fee or some sort of, I don't know, bribe for the messenger. Could maybe we could sell this for you.
Karen off screen listening with Yuri. She's like, hold my ankles as she dives into the hole to grab like drawers and crap and just fucks it around the corner.
How do you feel about 3-foot tall statues?
I was about to say, like, we could show him the statues, but we can't really lift them without the
No.
portable. So what
Plus
we can
they're
do
in a
is
canoe.
move them with the portable hole outside of town, and then the Black Death could come pick them up himself if he wanted to.
Yeah, that's true.
Got people for
Well,
that.
so now we're talking about bribing the Black Death. This kobold just wants like a couple of gold for itself.
Yeah.
so-
Oh, that's true.
It
Yeah.
just wants something to jingle to make it feel like it won up to you and has
Yeah.
and it won't out of this position.
Yeah, exactly.
How much gold would you think is adequate?
He's basically exploiting you right now.
Yeah, he's pulling a shadow.
He's pulling a shadow.
Jerk. Should just send Shadow to live with him.
He says 20 gold would suffice.
20 gold is not bad.
10% tithe.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's raking you across the coals.
Yeah.
Yep.
But 20 gold means nothing to us, so
Right.
let him feel like he won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you wanted to give that black dragon statue, which I think was 2,000 or 4,000 gold, as a bribe to the Black Death, then yeah, that would be, everything would be hunky dory 100%.
I mean,
Would Shadow be interested in living with the Black Kobolds of the Black Death?
Sure. Probably, especially after you scolded him.
From a
Oh, you just said he was gonna leave either way, so I was gonna.
I was saying he was like right now in Shadow's head. He's he tried to blackmail, got punched in the face, and a pseudo dragon. You're supposed to like cater to their every whim, and if you don't, then they'll go find a new master, basically.
And smacked him in the face.
Yeah,
with a statue.
Yeah, you sucked him back into the genie lamp, and so that was kind of a deal breaker. But you can reforge the deal or whatever. Like that's just what he was thinking when we were talking about it.
So, what would a relationship be between a black dragon and a pseudo dragon that has that kind of a personality that wants to be catered to?
It knows everything about us.
Yeah.
True.
I'm just asking as a like I really don't know.
I just don't care to be able to retire, you know?
Yeah.
It'd be like owning a pet, I would think.
Maybe it like amuses the black dragon that he's
Be like a person owning a monkey.
Yeah.
Yep.
They tell you not to do that.
I'm thinking of the Black Death with a pet cat. He pets the cat.
And if he gets tired of it, he'll eat it. It's no big deal.
Just pet the cat.
Shadow's gonna blackmail us.
He'll pet the
Absolutely.
cat with his tongue in its mouth.
I don't trust this little dude. I don't trust him. Kara doesn't trust him.
Rest in peace, Shadow.
Well, this is Kyla's kind of NPC, so
It's all, of course, yeah.
so
I'm fine with what you said.
she might let Shadow go and do this kind of in private. So it's really up to Kaylee what you want to do.
I'm fine with anything, to be honest.
Fine with what?
I'm fine with either option. If people want him to hang around, then that's fine. If we want to go send him off, then I have an idea of how I could present.
Okay. Well, that's two options. So you guys let me know what you decide, and I'll get back to you.
Entirely up to you, Kaylee. Whatever you think.
You're at court.
What you want to do with your Shadow.
I think I will keep him around for now, then, so the Black Death doesn't eat him. That would not be very good.
All right. And were you guys offering the big mega bribe to the Black Death?
I'm good with it.
Karen looks
I
sad.
don't really see. I
Statue.
don't really see how we could sell them, because getting them in and out of the portable hole is like a huge hassle just to find people who would want it. Like, we can't turn the portable hole upside down. We have to lift it out. So
Yuri doesn't have a problem with the lifting. The only other thing we do, we could use them as decorations in our villa.
aren't they like 400 pounds or something?
Yeah.
Yuri's very strong.
He's very strong.
He's ridiculously strong and can spend his channel divinity to do Herculean feats of strength, lifting cows over his head and such.
Yeah, I have normal carrying capacity, but when I'm channel divinity-ing, I can do twice as much as normal.
Yuri could move the castle for us if he wanted to.
Yuri's in the castle. Except he's the one just pushing it.
Oh my god.
Where's Calcifer?
Oh my god.
All right.
Yeah, that really tickled me.
That's really good.
So, given the statue or not, and then Zek's probably going to be on his way.
I mean, I'm fine with giving up the statues.
Yeah,
If
it's
it means
fine.
that the
I'm fine
Black
with it.
Death is Satan's, that we can always find more loot, and we don't have any specific use for it, so...
Yeah, sure.
If you want to, you can go kill the black dragon and get it back.
There you
Yeah,
go.
We,
That's
I
what we're
don't
doing.
think. I don't think that we can do that.
Yeah, not now, later.
Yeah, later. This
Why
is
would
for...
we do that? The Black Death has
For
done nothing to
loot.
bother us.
He's the Black... He's the Black Death.
Yes!
His name is the Black Death.
Not the black friendly dragon that lives in the swamp and entertains dragon scholars. That's not his name.
Dragon.
He is a dragon.
So,
Guys, you don't know. He might just sip tea, invite people over. Wear turtlenecks.
You definitely do know, and he does not do that. He is an evil son of a bitch that has terrorized this country for centuries.
And he's gotten away with it too from every adventure party that went to kill him.
He
And that's
has.
death in his name.
Think of the glory, Yuri.
No!
Yuri hears a voice tickle in his ear and scratches his chin. What are the other?
Oh no, that's not what
Okay, I guess I'll pack our things, everybody. We're going.
All right.
Here's this out. The other hand, she just lightly slaps your cheek by flying.
Was there a pair of statues?
There was.
Okay.
It was, yeah.
All right. Yeah, this is Zek. If you pull them out, he says, just leave them in this longhouse or just leave them here. Build a little shelter for them, and the Black Death will come and accept those probably.
Not to be too cheap about this, but I'd say we probably just give him the one at first, and then if he comes back trying to get more, then we give him the other one.
I'm cool with that. How much does each of these statues weigh?
I thought they were 400 pounds each or something crazy.
Oh, good. Okay, well, my doubled carrying capacity is 480, so
Hey,
I am able to.
Oh my god.
it's unwieldy, but you can definitely do it.
Well, with Tavern Brawler, I
You
can
could-
use improvised weapons.
Can you imagine hitting somebody with something that's 400 pounds?
Yeah.
Kobis, open the door for you.
Yeah, I need to start thinking outside the box with this Tavern Brawler thing.
Just drop it on the Black Death's head when he comes to get it.
On one of his toes.
Just like that one Dark Souls boss.
So this is 2 matched onyx carvings of black dragons. Serious collector would pay up to 3,000 gold for the pair. They are 3 foot tall and weigh 400 pounds apiece. Yeah. And there was also a different one that was made of dragon scales, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was. That was like 2 foot tall, I think. It was smaller.
Yeah, one of the few easily portable items of value in the room is a 2 foot tall statuette of a black dragon made from actual black dragon scales and claws with ruby eyes and diamond teeth. Yeah, that one was like 5,000 gold.
That one was beautiful.
All right. Well, Zek sees the statue and he nods approvingly, and then he snaps his little 3 fingers, and they pick up the chest. 2 of them do, and they head back to their boats. And
Okay, don't forget to write.
he chuckles, and the kobolds get back in their boats and start heading back home.
I do not think we should stay here for much longer. That is what me, little Karen Bramblefoot's opinion is. On account of I'm so little and I don't want to be eaten.
All right.
I'm sure he would have a lot of trouble catching you.
Well, he probably would, but I mean, he's a black dragon.
That's true.
I'll relay to Poison Gaze and the rest of the tribal leaders that I put in charge to say, let them know what's going on and let them decide for themselves if they want to chance it or move on.
Well, they're kind of your tribe, so I know what I think they would do. But what do you think they'll do?
They'll probably hang tight in the castle and stick around and secure it. Get rid of the infestations in all the rooms except for the garbage monster. That is a pet.
And what would you guys like to do with the prisoners that are hanging out here? They can hang out as prisoners here and just be labor, or
Were they just like the kitchen staff and general like castle people?
Yep, kitchen staff, castle people, actual cultists, a couple of dragon claws. The leadership of the cult, though, has been killed. The only one of any rank is Esbarajas.
Still thinks I'm undercover in here trying to get him out at the opportune moment.
Yep.
I'll propose to the group two options. Either the ones that we know are just general help and innocent bystanders, we can either hire to go to the summer retreat, or they could stay here as of their own if that's what they wish. Kind of let them go.
I don't want any ex-cultists going near our house. So.
Nah, I don't want that.
You've already half the population of your place is ex-cultists.
No.
That's technically true on paper.
Wait a minute.
However, they have references.
Yeah.
These guys don't have references.
They have references.
They do. They do.
We did the background check.
Lightfinger's doing some kind of weird trend. Both of the people that got powers from him were both ex-cultists.
Yep.
So what y'all want? What are y'all thinking then?
I mean, I think. Okay, Karen walks up to the group, looks at the kitchen people they had talked to previously. Were you guys snatched? Were you guys snatched, displaced, taken?
A couple people say yes, and then the general group's like, "Oh yeah, we were all taken. It's we were innocent. We didn't. I don't even like dragons."
Kyla just glares at them.
Well, let me tell you about the best dragon in the whole world, Lightbringer. She's still trying to, beat that drum.
Nice.
She wants to do an insight to see how many of these people are being truthful.
All right. Let's see. Probably a DC 12 check, and let's say a DC 15, and a failure means, regardless, you know that most of them aren't being truthful. But if you fail this, then you can't identify for sure which ones are and which ones aren't.
Let's give it a shot. Hot tamales.
Yeah, so you start asking a couple of questions and things like that, and you've definitely identified about 10 that might be redeemable. Oh wait, we only have like 20, right? You identify about 5 that might be redeemable.
She makes a note of those people. Doesn't really say anything extra to them, and takes the findings back to the group. She's like, "Yeah, there a couple of them. They just got swiped. They don't want to be here. They didn't want to be here. The rest of them, I don't really know. I don't really know."
Would prefer not to kill them out of character. I would rather just keep them as labor and just make sure Esbarajas is very securely locked away, but I don't really want to execute them, to be honest.
Yeah, the tribe would be 100% fine executing them to the man. They're not a good tribe. They're not evil, but they would be fine killing the 15 that you've identified as not 100% sure these are cultists or free, but these 5 are definitely like conscripts.
Out of character, I would say definitely no slave labor for the tribe or Kobis personally.
Sure. All right. In that case, we can keep them prisoners and just do something with them at a later date. Set them free in the swamp or whatever.
It's just more souls for Tiamat to have when we go down to hell to fight her.
Ooh.
Oh my.
It's a bold claim.
It is. That's why it's out of character. Though she might be so powerful she can hear that too.
I don't want to hear that. Make her come here.
Yeah, right? Which is like the whole point of what they're doing.
She is just so tired of hell and Bahamut being a jerk. Well, not being a jerk, doing the right thing, but in her mind, Bahamut has just been such a jerk to her.
She sounds like an egotist.
I missed the chat message earlier, but Bronzite said, and now we're playing Dealing and Diplomacy.
I just imagine Karen, when she's trying to figure out who's a cultist and not, just like asking them quick fire, fast talk, innocuous questions like, what's your favorite color? And your mother's maiden name? Hail Tiamat. Like, Hail Tiamat.
In all her glory.
In all her glory. Damn it!
Yeah.
I would like that to be canon, yes.
Yep.
What's a favorite dish your mom made you as a kid? What was your pet? What street do you live on? These are just security questions.
What's your favorite dragon? Blue. Damn it!
First model of the car? What city were you born in?
Blue dragons are pretty cool.
They are pretty cool.
They are.
Cool blue dragon.
I'm not a fan personally, but
So, out of character, I don't have a preference what we do. I'm happy to just leave these people as prisoners. Are we sending for reinforcements from like the Lord's Alliance and stuff to come up here and
yeah,
further
let's just
secure the
have them
castle?
put the cultists in jail.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
I thought we were like sending word back to maybe get more people sent up here to further.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can
I like
can send word back to Waterdeep. That'll take a while to get there.
Right.
You could probably hit up the Emerald Enclave by teleporting through a tree to go back there, and then they can give you a ride back real quick. If you wanted to do like an instant thing, who you're dealing with will kind of buff up that relationship closer to level 4. So who would like that pip?
Cool with Kobis getting it for teleporting to the Emerald Enclave. That seems like the fastest and
Yeah, that's really
most.
cool.
It seems like they have the most direct link to this situation, being that it's in the swamp too. So I don't know if that falls under their jurisdiction.
Sure.
Yeah, all right. So, yeah, you use your little tree teleport power today. A couple of people can go with you. It's not really important, but you meet with some druids and give them the rundown, and yeah, they'll be happy to send some reinforcements and to put some guards there to deal with the cultists. What else? And they can't really deal with a black dragon, but they can definitely keep eyes and ears in the area and try to get a feel for how he's feeling and report back. And if he's planning to attack, then hopefully they can get word to your tribe so that they can hop in the portal and get the heck out.
That sounds awesome.
Good stuff.
One of them just hears that one of the kobolds dropped the Black Death's coffee before they gave it to him. They're like, everybody in the portal, go, go, go.
Run!
I like my coffee like I like my scales. Black and dirty.
With a little bit of blood.
That'd be such a great coffee name, the Black Death.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's Death Wish.
Black Death coffee. It is. No, it was Death Wish, like Ali just said.
Nice. Well, I think we've wrapped up all the castle business. Do you want to leave any money with these people, or are you just going to make sure to come back for next month's payment?
I think we should leave at least 2, maybe even 3. I don't know how long it really takes us to. Sorry, let me take this back. I still don't have a good idea of scale or how long it takes us to move from place to place. So if we go like back to Waterdeep, then somewhere else, who knows, right?
Right.
How big
We
would...
can always teleport, but well, I guess Karen has the portable hole,
True.
who can teleport with Kobis to bring money back if necessary. So
Happy to do it.
let's. What do you think? 2 months? Leave 400 gold with him for now. Is that not enough? What do you think?
Plus the statue. You want to leave that big statue?
And it's just gonna sadly descend into the hole once more. Grab some jewels.
There's a lot of stuff just around the. So are you assuming we've put everything from the castle into the hole?
Of course we did a clean sweep.
That's what I was assuming.
Karen has been doing.
Just tie a rope around Karen, lower her down the pit.
Her Scrooge McDuck vault.
Fills an
That's
apron
my
with
dream.
gold. Fills an apron with gold.
I think a dragon being your patron is starting to rub off on you.
I think it. Well, I mean, maybe that's why he liked her in the first place. You know.
Yep.
It's like, I too like shiny things.
We should hang out.
All right, Sir Lord Lightbring. Yes, sir.
You got it.
You got it, boss.
All right, and then
Karen's natural inclination is to be a hype man toady at all times, I think. That's just
I love gold.
all right. Well, let's see here.
Waffle.
There was a mention of waffles, and Asbara Joss writing a note. What would you like this note to say?
Oh, I never figured out the exact wording of it, but
Yeah, you can
I
give
would
me a
like-
gist.
yeah, I would like to very carefully watch what he writes and make sure there are no sentences that seem a little funny or any words that are particularly capitalized or anything like that that could be a code word. And just something along the lines of, the cult was able to drive off the adventurers, reclaim the castle, and it's safe to return whenever she sees it fit. They're currently getting rid of the remaining dead bodies. Unfortunately, Farbleck Spattergoo was killed, but we have a new person appointed. Like, official stuff that seems legit.
All right. So you're doing that with Asbara Joss, and is the rest of the party in the room, or is it just you and him?
I don't really... Other people can be in there if they want, but if not...
Karen's mean mugging from the corner.
And he whispers very quietly to you and asks, "Shall I send a secret message?"
No, don't worry about it.
He looks confused because you're obviously a legit cult person, and this is the perfect opportunity for you to turn on these interlopers, and he doesn't understand. So
Don't worry about it. We have a plan.
I'm thinking a deception check.
Oh, deception, my favorite.
That's what that sounds like. But I'll give you advantage on it because he has believed you, hook, line, and sinker, not stinker.
I see.
And yeah, okay. You go and sit. And he's like, okay. He's willing to trust you this last time. And he writes what you tell him to, and hands you the letter.
All right. I suppose we will take it and let's see. Kobis, do you have animal messenger?
I can speak with animals, but I do not have animal messenger.
You got 3 animal messengers.
I only trust one of them. And I don't want that one's life to be put at risk. But, let's see.
We do have the Emerald Enclave nearby. They may be able to help us out.
Yeah. So what directions do you give this animal messenger? And let me see what it... One of them could definitely do that for you.
Just describe what Rezmir looks like and tell it to deliver this letter to her. And then follow her instructions afterwards. So if she writes the letter, then bring it back to the circle.
You specify a location which you must have visited and a recipient who matches a general description, such as a man or woman dressed in the uniform of the town guard or a red-haired dwarf wearing a pointed hat. Yeah.
It's not going to be hard to find Rezmir.
Well, you don't know a couple of things, so. Yeah, if you I'll go ahead and tell you that you send it and you've expected to have heard back and don't hear anything, and the druid says the animal, like, you step through the portal and like try to find where Rezmir is, and she's not there.
So, but what? Oh, that's odd. She must have gone to one of the other wings then, to the other teleportation circle.
Yeah. On the other side of the portal, there's this hunting lodge, and then there's a town about 5 miles away, and she wasn't in either of those places, and they can't narrow it down further than that. Do you know of anywhere else she might have gone?
Could we go to the map of the Sword Coast real quick?
Sure.
Thank you.
Oops.
We could ask Gaspar Joss if he knows where we're supposed to be able to retreat it to.
So is the hunting lodge, that's where this teleportation circle has led to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
He assumed he would have told Talus the White at the hunting lodge and been there, but maybe she's traveled elsewhere.
Well, she's probably in the Flying Castle. That would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it?
Do we get to go to that?
I mean, you've stepped through the teleporter and haven't seen a flying castle in the air or anything.
Right. I guess we should. Are we able to investigate the hunting lodge any further? Look for any secret passages or anything?
Yeah. It's a big building. It's about 300 yards from the teleportation circle, and in the distance you see a cooking fire coming out of the lodge.
Should we go and say hello?
Perhaps.
Oh, yes, could be nice. Might be some biscuits, maybe some gravy. Could be good.
Oh, I love gravy. Let's get on over there on that gravy train.
Yuri readies himself.
Karen will ramble over there.
Yuri will probably be first through the door, just in case there are nasty cultists that need to be punished.
Nasty cultists.
As soon as
She says, "Hail to you, Mount, and all her glory." She walks through the door.
what's the group dressed like? And are weapons out or not out?
There are so many cultist robes laying around. I feel like it'd be silly to adventure in these cult areas without a disguise. I don't think she has a weapon out. She's like, "Smells good."
Yuri's first inclination was to come in here ready to go guns blazing, but if that is not the vibe that the group is going with, he will, of course, both robe himself and be more discreet.
And sad.
We can crack skulls out of nowhere.
See, Yuri actually does hiding better when he's sad because he droops more, so it gives him a hunched posture.
Aww.
Alright, we are going to go check out the hunting lodge.
I don't like cloaks or daggers.
I know. But then you can pull your shield out and then just like toss it like one of those what's it, the dough that you throw in the air, except you'll decapitate people with it.
Pizza?
Maybe. What's a pizza?
Cool. So you guys go through the portal. When you step through the portal, a couple of things happen. You were in this just hot, humid, disgusting swamp, and then immediately you're in a hunting lodge that's on the side of a mountain. Not where it's snowy, but it's definitely just immediately colder. It's like you're walking into air conditioning from a hot summer day, and your ears pop because you're at just a completely different elevation level. And yes.
Nice description.
I'm sure this isn't important or anything, but why is there a white dragon in the background, Father?
Because artists like drawing dragons. There is not a white dragon in the air.
Are you sure?
Quite
Are you sure about that?
It's inside the lodge.
Heck, you didn't lie to us, right?
No,
Can I roll investigation out?
I have never lied to you as a dungeon master. I do not
That
do
is
that.
not true.
What?
You've
I do like
totally lied at some point. I'm sure you have.
That's not how I roll.
I don't know. His
Alright.
nose hasn't grown or anything, so.
The
All right.
biggest
Well,
twist of this teleportation circle hunting lodge situation is like they see a town sign called Whitby, and there are like a bunch of werewolves rumbling around. And
That's probably just a cultist with a kite that looks like a white
Probably.
bird.
It's gonna be fine.
It's a long con. They actually built the house around the dragon.
Oh dang! It's the flying castle.
Wings break out the side.
It's just like, oh, it's perfect.
It's just a helmet for the dragon.
is that a nest on the right roof?
Yes, that is a nest.
Maybe they got eagles, like Gandalf's friends.
We'll put Karen Bramblefoot.
Oh, thank you. I was too busy looking at the handout picture. My bad.
Cool.
So are we dressing like cultists and just trying to play this straight first?
That's what I heard, but let me describe the outside for whatever reason. It's not here. Is it here? Nope. Okay. Going back to my PDF, I thought it would have had the... Get over here. All right. Let's see. So there's a couple of things that are happening outside that I need to describe before we just go jumping in. I thought it was ready. The lodge is built in a comfortable but rustic style, and there's a big old nest on the top that has a single, what the heck was it called? A pterodon?
Yeah, that's the one you have to deal with.
How do you spell that? Because I've lost it.
It's like Pterydon.
Pterodon?
Not a pteranodon. What the hell is it?
Is that it?
Pterodactyl.
Periton. There we go.
Periton.
It's one of those fancy new exercise bikes, the Peloton.
There we go. So there's this big multicolored feathered large bird that has these deer-like antlers. It doesn't seem interested in you at all right now. And there's a couple other buildings outside. So we're at the portal stones. The mossy stones are old and weathered. Lichen covers most of their surfaces, but traces of white paint remain in a few of the grooves. There are three different sets of runes that are around the portals. One of them mentions snowy land. This is all written in Draconic. Those runes are carved in Draconic. One of them mentions snowy lands. One of them mentions unquiet swamp of mournful croaking. That's the one you just came from. And one of them mentions the red sun.
Mm.
That sounds like a good time.
All right.
Those are the labels for the teleporters?
Is there like a volcano anywhere?
Nope. Maybe the red sun. It's the closest match.
No, I meant like, do we know about any volcanoes?
Oh
like,
yeah, there's a few volcanoes here in the Sword Coast.
Oh, okay. I'm woefully like poorly read on this setting,
Same.
so it's perfect because Karen's not very well read either. So we both discover things as we go.
Karen's barely read at all.
She can read Gulliver.
There you go.
That's pretty good.
Kyla just lives at the northeast of the Sword Coast.
Yeah, so dark pine woods are all around on the slopes of a mountain valley. The air is cold and fresh. Two ancient stones stand to either side of you, and no more than a bow shot ahead along a path is a large house with stone on the ground floor, timbers above. And within sight are more standing stones that we just described. Pine branches shift and sway in a gusting, fitful wind. A squirrel chitters and then falls silent. This ancient building has a wood and plaster upper floor over a felled stone lower floor. Its shuttered windows are all closed. The roof is completely overgrown with moss, and a single door stands slightly open. Smoke pours from one of three large chimneys. And there are also two little side buildings. If we go to the map, there's a large obvious stable on one side of the house, and over on the other side there's a smaller stone building that you're not sure of, but which is labeled kennel on the map. The stable is obviously empty. The doors are open and the windows are open, but there's just no creatures inside it. No horses or anything.
I'm going to try to read the top part of the map.
Karen squints at the sign that says kennel, and she's like, fennel, like the seasoning herb. I get that one right? God, I'm good at reading.
It's very good with sausage.
Oh.
So which of these buildings would you like to check out first? Looks like everybody's just going into the main area.
That's just where I'd put several of the icons.
Right on. So
If we do go into kennels first, Kobis could talk to some animal friends.
That's true. Wolf, 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 wolf.
Ow!
yeah, Kobis, you know what the heck was that? Periton. I'm gonna. You search for this. You can look at an image. There we go. They are intelligent and typically evil, but it doesn't seem to either. It hasn't noticed you, or it just doesn't seem interested in you.
Okay.
Okay, the top part of the map, like those words don't mean anything, by the way, as far as I know. I just got a picture that translated runic alphabet, and
Oh, nice.
Ain't technology grand?
I mean, it clearly says Yikagats Kazaks
wow, very cool.
Lotu Zafun.
I did just recognize a few symbols though from the runic alphabet, which is why to see if they actually meant anything.
Means hunting lodge. Ground floor.
Oh, I see.
What about Blando at the bottom? It says Blando.
So
good old
bland.
Blando.
That's the owner and proprietor.
Blando Calrissian.
Oh my god.
So you're all standing outside. You're around the stones, the teleportation stones, and the world is your oyster. What would you like to do?
So what's our plan? We just came through a cultist summoning circle, and there's this lodge that's clearly inhabited. If there are cultists inside, we could smash them, or we could try to talk to them, or learn something from them.
We should ask them if they know who Rezmir is first.
Let's try to wheedle a little bit out of him first, and then we can smash him.
I don't know. Whatever you all think. You are the smart ones. I just do what I can to help.
Thank you, baby.
Isn't Kobis, like, mechanically the smartest one out of all of us?
Technically, yeah.
He's just very humble.
Yeah.
He doesn't put
Really
himself above anybody else. He's like,
Yeah.
I'm from a swamp. I don't know as much as you city learning people.
I like to
Really,
simple life. I don't know.
Purely out of curiosity, what is his intelligence score?
14.
14.
Oh wow, yeah, hey.
That's awesome.
That's great.
I did not know that, Kobis. Take an inspiration.
Oh wow, I am maxed out. Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah.
You're just inspiring and highly intelligent.
I think we should ask them about where Rezmir is first.
Well, we gotta, work our way up to that. We can't be too suspicious right away. Because they probably know the castle got attacked. We could be like, oh, we snuck in to get back. They didn't get us because we were out on a mission,
Yeah,
Hail to my glory.
you there aren't guards posted out here. There weren't guards on the outside of the teleportation circle. It's a nice, peaceful, serene afternoon.
If this wasn't hooked up to a bunch of evil cult places, this wouldn't be a bad place to live.
I know this could be our winter retreat. We could have a summer retreat and a winter.
Ah,
This is so suspicious in so many ways, and it bothers me.
One thing that if you talked to Esbaros Joss and just got a little more information about what was on the other side, he would have told you that he knows that there's a high-ranking member of the cult here. She's called Talus the White, and but he doesn't know too much about it.
Talus the White.
Half dragon, you say?
That's a good name.
No, she's not a half-dragon.
Could be a wizard.
Possibly. Yuri, looks like you're still wounded. Oh wait, we got wounded from fighting.
I did take a little bit, yeah. It's just a scratch, don't worry. Some bumps and bruises,
But yeah, I think we should approach the cultists and probably relay the fake news, that the castle has been reclaimed by the cultists.
let's do it. Let's get it.
Cool.
And ask them where Rezmir is, because we have some more specific news for her.
Cool. So kennel or lodge?
Somebody roll a 1d2.
Okay, what's what? Before we roll.
Kendall is one. I'll just do.
You want me to roll?
Sure.
Computer, activate.
It's one.
We got a 1. And that was lodge, right?
No, the other.
Huh?
No, it was Kendall.
That was kennel. Okay. Yeah, you walk up to the kennel, and you hear animals and stuff shifting around. As you get a little bit closer, somebody steps on a twig, and they you don't hear barking, you hear hissing. And
That's a good sign.
So let's move over towards the kennel and put ourselves like around here. You hear a deep booming voice yell something in a language you don't understand. And the thing's quiet immediately.
Can I roll history to see if I recognize any of that language, like just to know what language it is?
Sure.
Let's see. What's that doing?
Ooh.
It's infernal, and you recognize that it's since you got a nat 20, it's infernal, and you recognize that it was a word that means silence.
Gotcha. I love the language of infernal. It's very cool.
Burp. Burp.
Oh my.
It's spoken by devils, which is a little bit off-putting.
You
Nah.
just gotta lawyer up, you know? Just
Hopefully
gotta
tell
watch
us.
what you...
It's all good. We got Yuri.
Yeah. Hopefully tell us the white isn't a bone devil. That would be unfortunate.
That's
But-
why they're so white.
I'm good at breaking everything, especially agreements.
After 5 minutes, or after a couple of seconds, the animals start shifting around again, but he doesn't. They don't continue to hiss.
Should we sneak in? Should we have Karen do her sneaky sneaks? Should we just walk in and say, hey, what's up?
We
I
can knock
mean-
on the door.
I can be invisible, but if they got, noses in there, because it's a kennel, I'm probably going to be sniffed out pretty quick.
I know we're right here, but if we're trying to feed them false information, why are we going to the kennels first?
Reinforcements.
But won't they hear it from over there if we make any noise and the animals are going crazy?
It's a little bit far away.
Okay. Then I rescind what I just said.
And, like, if a fight broke out here, then probably they wouldn't hear it. The bird definitely would, but
Why were we coming here in the first place?
because we rolled a D2 because no one could make a decision.
It's very true.
Oh, that's what that was for. Okay, I didn't even know what we were doing.
I also wasn't clear on that.
Yeah, me either. I didn't
I
hear
thought
the
someone had their
question.
hand.
Let's
Okay.
back up then. Where would you like to go? Would you like to inspect the lodge, the kennel, or something else?
The
To the
lodge.
The
That's what we decided originally.
Sorry, DM.
Kobis, you heard me, right?
I did, yeah.
Okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not
No.
crazy.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah.
I did not.
We must have Saturday brain.
Oh man, I do. All right, so you make your way up there. Just inside the front door is a chamber with pegs and benches for cloaks and boots. A set of rusty spears rests in one corner, held in the claw of a small drake statue. Looks like there's a little bit of muddy footprints and everything that just tracks straight in through to the main area in Area 5. You can see into the next room. Let's see. This central hallway has stairs, large wooden doors, and a set of fine plate armor flanking the main entrance. There and there. Flanking the main entrance are two freestanding suits of elven plate armor, both coated in chipped green paint. Man-sized draconic statues stand near the base of the stairs. So that's just kind of the description of both of these rooms, and right now it's quiet.
You said there were dragon statues?
There is a drake statue in this room that's basically a cheap carving that's holding a few spears.
Well, that's cool. All right. Well, I guess we could just call out and see if there's anybody here. Like, I obviously see there's enemies in here, but we don't know that, so.
Yeah, you hear some. You hear some sounds of movement back there, and working. I think, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Karen's got a plan.
Let's-
It's dumb, but it's pretty on brand. She's gonna walk right for the kitchen. If there is one, she's gonna follow her nose, see what's going on in there.
All right. So there are a couple muddy tracks that go left and right, and then no mud gets tracked up the main stairs. So following your nose, I could see you going right or left. Either way, your choice.
Let's go left.
All right.
After we follow these tracks, it is highly displeasing, and we'll use prestidigitation to clean them up.
The tracks on the floor.
Yes, the
Nice.
muddy track.
You with a flick of your hand, the muddy footprints in the section that you're walking on. Just disappear into a magical mist. All right. This spacious kitchen is a hive of activity. A large stove against one wall contains a roaring fire with a bubbling stew pot and shanks of venison supported above it. Strings of onions and herbs crisscross the ceiling like webs above cluttered tables. Preparing meals are 4 humans, 2 men and 2 women. All are within arm's reach of their cooking stations that they're working at. And they see you come in, and they look up and see that you're wearing cultist robes. And let's see. Afternoon.
Well, howdy. How you doing?
Just working.
I heard there were biscuits. Is there biscuits? I am quite hungry.
Lunch is going to be in 15 minutes.
Okay, I suppose I'll wait.
It's the least we could do. Oh, have you guys seen Rezmir? We have some reports to give from Naerytar. It's just all bad, guys.
Rezmir? No, I haven't seen her.
Oh, well, where is she? Oh, we've been looking everywhere.
Don't know what to tell you. And he's like just chopping carrots like nothing's amiss.
All
That's
right, well,
suspicious. Can I roll insight for that? See if he's lying.
Nope. He's not lying.
Fair enough.
He's completely. It looks like he's 100% focused on his work, and he's starting to get annoyed with you. That's your insight.
Gotcha.
well, I'm real sorry to interrupt what y'all were doing. You need a hand with anything?
Yeah, sure. Pull up a table or pull up a chair.
Karen will assist and to ingratiate herself. She's very good at this.
Yeah, so you start cooking. What are the rest of you doing?
Yeah, I'll pitch in. I'll start doing some dishes, cleaning up their mess.
Yuri looks around as everybody starts to do chores and then says, I'll be right back. And then backs out into the main area to collect himself for a moment.
So Karen starts standing in this chair, and Kobis comes around, starts working over here, starts doing chores. Ugg looks at Yuri like...
Yuri feels that he will give something away if he stands there for too long, so he's going to wait and he's going to listen for something to happen.
Yeah.
But he's going to trust his friends to do something better than him.
Yeah, Kylo, what are you pitching in too?
Yeah, I don't know how good she would be at cooking, but she also has some cantrips she could use for stuff, like prestidigitation and stuff like that.
Yeah, you can do a couple of things. Seasoning food, and it's like Yeah, he this guy back in here, like if you try to offer him help, he's like, no, I have to do this by myself. But everybody else is happy to have help, and since you're here, you're having to. They're asking, so how many of you are there?
Us.
Yeah, so just 3. I thought I heard some other voices.
Oh, I don't know where they went.
So how many are there?
I'm not real good at counting. I'm kind of focusing on chopping.
There's 2 others. They're by the intro.
She's been very
Thank
good with
you.
her reading. She's actually been improving on her reading.
I am learning.
The math is next. The math is next.
That's great. So 5 more mouths to feed is what I'm hearing.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, that was way more difficult than it had to be. And he pulls out another thing of venison, and he cuts up like 3 big strips off of it, and hands them over towards slaps them on the grill over here, and then it's just idle chit chat. He's a cook.
Glad to help.
Kara just
Why?
kind of wants to see who shows up to lunch. Like, who all's gonna? Everybody's got to eat, so they're gonna see some people probably.
Yeah.
Karen's not smart, you guys.
She
So
can
how
count to 5.
Listen,
They don't do that.
she doesn't want to give away their strategic group numbers at the drop of a hat.
So how do you like working for the cult?
Yeah, it's
It's good pay at least, yeah?
meh.
No?
Maybe for you, not for us. We're just serving staff, but yeah, I like the cult. Hail Tiamat.
Yep. Yes, all that. Yes, correct.
Actually, what he tells you, he might give you a different sign.
I like the hand gesture you threw in there. Some good flavor.
This side's from the White Wing.
Yeah, he says, all hail Tiamat, and holds out his little hands. And what do you respond with?
I said, oh, yes, all that. Correct.
He looks around the group.
In all her glory.
He raises an eyebrow and gets back to cutting.
I tell you what, I am really good at making drinks. Where's your spices and herbs and such? Ah, here, I see them. Never mind.
He points over there, and probably over here there's a whole bunch of spices.
Eee. I tell you what, I'm going to make the best drink you are ever going to experience. I'm going to serve it for everybody after the food is done.
So how's Naerytar?
Naerytar, well, we got it back. We lost control for a brief while, but now things are okay.
You lost Naerytar?
Only for a brief second. It was a little bit embarrassing. We did see Rezmir there, then she left in a hurry, and now we're trying to find her again. That is why we have messages to let her know that we recaptured Naerytar.
Well, that's good news, I guess.
It is.
But they never tell us anything.
No, I don't suppose they would. I mean, we are just the cooks after all, right? You know what I'm talking about.
You have like full adventuring gear underneath your cultist
You're right, I do.
with like crazy stuff.
I'm not good at this subterfuge stuff.
It's this overconfident adventuring party that thought they could overthrow us. They only succeeded briefly because they sowed discord among our members.
As I'm fixing a drink, I want to make this like a sleeping potion, if that's possible.
Ooh.
To knock these
yeah.
guys out.
All right.
Ugg is still going to drink it because he won't get the subtle signals. Like the wink wink, and he's like, "Oh yeah, this is the best drink."
I'm happy to roll intelligence for it.
Probably a. It might be easier to poison than do a sleep. Let me look up the poison status.
I think after enough time has passed and nobody's come out of there and nobody's come in from the front, Yuri will probably just get bored and go into the room. Tentatively poke his head in and look around and say, "So, how are things going?"
We're almost finished. The meal is almost ready. You have to try to be patient. I know it's difficult. It smells delicious in here.
Oh, we're staying for food.
Yes, of course.
We are.
I'll go get a thing.
I'm going to make a drink. It's going to be great. Don't worry. Stick around. Just wait.
I'll get Ugg from the other room. And like, they said we're eating with them, apparently. I'm not sure what's going on, but we should go.
I mean, they just broke out a bunch of more venison for us. It would only be polite to eat with them, you know?
So the poison status is a poison creature has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. So that's something that you could definitely do. A sleep potion would be more magical.
Okay. I will do the poison, but I want it to be non-lethal. I just want them to get like a...
Yep, they're just going to be sick.
Yeah, there you go.
That's not fun.
What would you like me to roll?
A druid of your stature and a master alchemist, I don't think you have to roll anything. I think you can just prepare poison drinks.
Ah, excellent.
There's enough busyness and everything that you can do it secretly and get away with it.
Cool. I'll put it like in one of their carafes, and I'll kind of sniff it a little bit and say, yes, this is very good. Here, let me collect some of these sherry glasses, and I'll pour in a bunch.
Yeah, so the meal's almost ready, and they're just directing you to do different spots and do different chores. But with all the help, it happens pretty quickly. Let's see, where would they eat? Is it 20? Sorry, I gotta find my notes up. Was not planning on having a dinner party.
Sorry, pal.
No, that's cool.
This is the content we crave.
Infiltration. Literally Karen's subclass. Well, background subclass, you know.
Sure.
She loves getting to lie and trying to do it well.
Infiltrator.
All right, there we go. So yeah, as you start getting closer to dinner time, they pull you out of the room, start sending some stuff upstairs, and we move to the upper floor. So there's some stairs. Are those them? I think these are them. I'm not sure. And we head up to the second floor. And it looks like one guy is making a separate tray. While the rest of you are pulling up all the food for the main cultists.
I would like to follow this person with a separate tray, with my cloak of elven kind.
All right, I mean, you can see where he goes. So let me get all of the cultists upstairs. I'll do a copy, and then I'll put you guys up there too. So there's a big table that's not on this map for some reason. I don't know why, because it's totally a feast hall. And
you even got a nice view in the window there.
upend the entire table onto their side of the table. Pin them all to the ground.
That
Nice.
could be good.
That'd be cool.
We should do that.
All right, and he'll go eat downstairs or something. But yeah, you see him carry the tray of food down here into that room, and he knocks, and you hear a woman's voice call for him to enter.
Alright, so presumably this is, what's her name, the wife?
Talos the White.
Yeah, you heard that she was in charge. But now you come in here. And
Also-
and let's see. This is room 20.
I'll set
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'll set the carafe on the table and with all the glasses, and I'll put the glasses on each seat and say, "Please enjoy."
Okay, give me a second. A roaring fireplace churns out heat and light at one end of the spacious 30-foot high chamber, the ceiling of which is buttressed by 10 wooden pillars carved as dragons. 5 large tapestries hang along the walls, 2 on the west wall flanking a door, 2 on the east wall hanging side by side, and a particularly grand one dominating the south wall next to the fireplace. And 4 of the 5 tapestries each show dragons hunting, killing, and feasting on lesser creatures, with blue dragons attacking a desert caravan, elves succumbing to a green dragon's gaseous breath weapon, a red dragon burning down what might be the Castle Ward or Waterdeep, and a black and white dragon circling over a cold swamp dotted with ruins. The 5th tapestry shows Tiamat, the queen of evil dragons in all her glory, crowned in gold and silver and worked with gemstones in gold and silver thread. Fully 30 feet wide and 20 foot tall, it shows Tiamat crushing cities and surrounded by adoring followers.
Kyla will be sure, if Karen does not notice these tapestries, then Kyla will be sure to point them out to her.
You can't help but notice these. Like that is a grand work of art.
Wow.
Really ties the room together.
Because Kyla wouldn't steal them, but I know Karen would.
If you like elbow her, she's just like, oh yeah, don't you worry.
I like that you can also no longer tell if things are magical.
Yeah. Bad session for that, huh?
Like,
I mean, I just like how it looks. This is nice.
Sure.
Yeah, these two guys definitely seem like they're more in the know and more like veterans of the cult. They come in and see you and eye you suspiciously and then sit down. And
Good evening. How's your day going?
it's well. Who are you and why are you here?
We are messengers from Naerytar. We were here originally to speak with Rezmir, but we have unfortunately been unable to find her.
Rezmir's in Naerytar.
She left.
Yes, she left through a teleportation circle, which we followed here, and we have not been able to track her down.
Well, what happened in Naerytar that she left?
There was a castle siege, just taken care of.
And she
But
did not think to
kinda left
warn us.
She just left us there to twist in the wind. So I'm a little upset about that personally, but we got sent with a message for her. But I mean, it's dinner time, so
Yes, we're not exactly sure where she would be, so
He looks at you. Give me... Actually, he's just going to leave the room. He
oh no.
he gets up and starts walking down south.
Quick charm person. Oh,
I mean, I could.
If you cast a spell in front of this guy, that's an issue. Like you might
See,
have
there's
one
this-
on your friend.
there's this lovely thing called subtle spell.
You could try that.
Yuri.
But if you do, you have to tell me.
Yuri's definitely itching, right? I mean, he's
Yeah, I don't know that Yuri has understood the subtext of the conversation, but he's certainly looking around, still apprehensive, eyeing the food on his plate as he tries to blend in, not eating anything that's poisoned.
Ug's chowing down.
Well, yeah, poison's not going to do anything to him.
Was the poison in the food, or is it the beverage?
it was the beverage. I didn't really. Yeah, I was going to like try and signal you guys to say, hey, don't drink it. Just like just a subtle little head shake, like no.
Mhm.
Ugg will not pick up on these subtleties, and he's like drinking and eating. He's just having fun.
Well, I mean,
Kobis is definitely feasting on the.
All right. So Sorvik leaves, and
oh no, he has a name. No, I can't just kill him. What have you done?
I'm sure we can.
I don't even remember what it is. Slurblug, right?
Slurb, blubber.
all right. So
That's how we get rid of the guilt.
So time passes a little bit, and eventually he comes back, and with him comes Talus the White. And yeah, that's probably it. And she's so cool, she doesn't even have to be on the grid.
Oh wow, that's fancy.
She's mid-grid.
Ah!
And she saunters in like she owns the place, because she does.
For
What's
now.
her deal?
Let's see, where's her description at?
Is she wearing white? Does she have
Yes,
white eyes?
She's totally wearing white. Where's my...
And purple too.
Yes, she is a wearer of purple.
Aha! This is unfortunate. This means she is a powerful boss.
We
Now
still
that
have
all of the
one of them?
monsters are together in one big room.
Just as we planned.
Fireball.
Lightning bolt.
If this is a long table and combat breaks out, my first action is going to be upend the table onto those 4 people.
Yeah,
I want that so bad.
So do I.
I think that's going to
I would
happen
like
if combat breaks out.
I would like to polymorph Talus the White into some kind of small creature. And then we can take her as a prisoner back to Naerytar.
Where are my damn notes?
We could definitely try that, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Her room.
But yeah, the
is
table flipping
16.
idea sounds awesome.
Do we have a handout for her? I think we do. Talus. Show to players.
Mm,
Man, she's really cool.
he's really cool.
She is.
Does she want to be our friend?
Maybe. Depends on how this conversation goes, I guess. And if that table flips over
Charm
on somebody.
person.
Oh wow. That armor is so pretty. I love it.
That's very cool, Zane.
So yeah, she walks in, and she is an elf, so she will have advantage against those types of saving throws, if I'm not mistaken.
Only against being charmed or sleep. Yeah.
You know, I was just thinking that, I was like, wow, we haven't seen a lot of elves. Huh.
Yeah, she's a half elf.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Would I be able to tell if that armor is made from real white dragon hide? Because I noticed the spikes and her shoulder plates are
It's-
from.
It is. It's scale mail and it has some white dragon scales that are kind of woven into it. But she walks in and stands at the doorway and looks you up and down. She has a bored look on her face. In one hand, she has this icy-looking wand with a shiny tip on it, and she's picking at some of her nails. And she says, "Welcome to the lodge. What's this I hear of Naerytar falling?"
Well, it didn't fall, because we got it back. Just some incompetent, swamp people. Wasn't a big deal or anything, but as Voraghamanthar sent us with a message for Rezmir, and we just don't know where to give it.
Well, Rezmir failed to mention that her castle had fallen, and I find that just insulting, frankly. You are her cultists, I assume?
Yes, we are.
And you said that there were adventurers that had taken out the castle by themselves? That seems unlikely.
We were able to get the castle back, but Rezmir came here, and we're not sure. We've come to tell her that it is safe to come back, as it has been reclaimed. Yes.
It wasn't a problem or nothing. But Bullywugs took some hits. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. That is unfortunate. So tell me more about this siege. What happened? Tell me about these adventurers. What'd they look like?
The swamp people?
So, like him, she points at Kobis.
Well, sure, a little bit.
They're letting them join the cult proper now.
I don't know, man.
Kobis, weren't you part of the cult before you came to Naerytar?
Excuse me. Sorry about that. I got a little bit on you. I apologize.
Ugg wipes it off and licks his finger. It's fine.
Good. Here, stop drinking so much. Here,
I'll be fine. This is nothing.
No, man, you know how much of a heavy drinker you are. You don't want to wet the bed again. Come on, don't do this. Trust me, don't drink.
Talus clears her throat.
Yes. Hello, Lady Talus. Yes, that is true. We Dragonborn have joined, and we are trying to get along with the filthy bullywugs. But yes, the castle was attacked. We got control back. Everything is fine. Now we just need to let our master Rezmir know after we are done eating this delicious food.
Ah, yes, your master Rezmir. Mm-hmm. Looks like she's not buying it. And she starts just farming for more information.
Can Karen do an insight to see if she's gotten wise? Karen's on high alert. She's like, this is literally a bad place to be, even though the food is very yummy.
Yeah, Karen's we're busted sense is going off.
Okay. She looks at Yuri and just nods.
All right, yeah. I mean, if you give Yuri a signal, then he's going to instantly try to activate his channel divinity and just turn the table over onto the other cultists and smash it down.
And hold person on Talus.
All right, hold on a second. Let's see here. Yuri, you had this readied action. You've been you've had your hands under the table for this entire time. You haven't touched your food. And you're just your muscles are tense. You definitely get your thing off. And go ahead and give me a strength check. This is, you don't need much, I wouldn't think. Probably if you're doing your channel divinity, probably just a strength 14.
Alrighty. Oh my god.
Oh
No.
no!
I'll use one of my luck. Yeah, I have to.
Little
have
did we
to.
know.
I definitely have to.
Little did we know it was bolted to the floor.
There we go.
Oh my god!
Much better. Worth it.
Okay, you tell me how this looks so I can tie my shoe that I've accidentally untied.
Somehow you're just standing there.
I think Karen gives Yuri the nod, and he just goes, "Finally!" and upends the table forward, smashes it down onto them.
Yes. Yes.
Like, realizing we just had a big battle that was just yesterday after all that subterfuge, but in Yuri's head, he's still getting paid dividends for the literal months he spent having to not do anything fun.
This is a treat.
Yeah, this is interesting.
So yeah, you got these guys all get pinned up against the wall, and they scream out in pain. Ah! And Talus looks at you and raises an eyebrow and says, "That was quite rude. Is this what we're doing now?"
I suppose so. You seem oddly calm about that.
The cultists are screaming as Uri like keeps them pinned in.
Kobis just grabbed the remnants of the steak before it was getting flipped.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Talus is a white dragon. I'm calling it now. She's a white dragon.
Possible.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about
I
it.
stand by this.
So, you must be the Defiant Dawn.
Nah.
Yuri glowing gold, holding the table up against the wall.
Yuri can't help but smile. Yes, recognition! It's happening!
So you've heard of us.
Indeed I have. You've been a thorn in the cult side, but it doesn't have to go down this way. We can still talk. The cultists are like starting to hold their stomach.
Why do you? I'm sorry, go ahead.
The drinks that Kobis had served them, Ugg's starting to get a little bit of indigestion. We'll see. Somebody roll a Constitution save for Ugg.
I'm sorry, Ugg.
I'm sure he'll be fine. Let me pull up the sheet here.
It'll be versus Kobis's like spell DC or something. Oh no!
Oh my goodness. That is terrible.
Oh, yeah, even I rolled his con instead of his con save, but still would be bad.
I'll give him a little peppermint later.
Yeah, so Kobis or Ugg stands up and he finishes off his drink, and you're like trying to swat it out of his hand. He's like looking mean at you, and then all of a sudden, Kobis, what'd you do?
I tried to tell you not to drink it, man.
You always tell me not to drink.
Yeah,
I never listen.
That's true. That's true.
Talus chuckles under her breath. You amuse me.
So, Talus, what is it that you want to talk about then?
I may have use for you. There is another member of the White Cult that got my promotion erroneously, and I would like you to correct that for me. In exchange, I will give you information and access to where you need to be to put a stop to him. Or, she looks around, we could fight. Both are fine options.
Out of character, she seems way too calm about this.
Well,
She's the only boss in this entire place. There's no way. No way.
It's true. She also had time to prepare for this because that guy went and talked to her, so she might have put this together and had a plan already.
Why would you trust us to do this? This hit for you?
Why? We've been talking about this.
Do you not wish to stop the cult in their actions?
Do you?
One in particular. If you take him out, I will get my promotion.
Yeah, in the cult.
Yes. I am not a nice woman. I have joined
Neither
the
am
cult.
I.
Then perhaps we can do business.
Ugh.
Out of character, I'm cool if we want to wheel and deal here. In character, Yuri is glowing and holding a table up against the wall and does not want to stop. but will, out of character.
I think Kobis is just tending to Ugg at the moment.
So where is this person located? Will it be hard to reach them?
It could be if you don't hurry.
What do you mean?
I want to know if we have a deal before I share any information with you.
That's a bad way to make a deal.
Well, it's the only way you're going to get one. I think that I can trust you. You seem an honorable lot. She chuckles.
All right.
But if I show you my hand and then you kill and you defeat me, I could get in a lot of trouble, and I do not wish that. This is the deal. I will send you after this this dwarf. What the hell's his name?
I think it started with an E, didn't it?
No, it's Varen.
Not Varen.
Varric Tethris.
Eric Tethris. You son of a gun.
No, not that. Verum. And I will give you everything you need to accomplish your task. You leave me here. If you don't like that deal, then we can fight. The choice is yours.
Still gonna be doing cult stuff. Still gonna be,
Yes, I
kidnapping,
wish the
killing.
promotion. Yes, I'll be doing evil things, nasty things, but you will have an edge in that encounter.
We take her deal and we go be her cat's paw and kill someone else, and now she knows where we are and she has an advantage over us.
Karen cast Eldritch Blast.
What?
I guess the decision's made. All right.
Oh, why?
Because
I thought we were going to talk about it.
Okay, but the thing you gotta know about Karen is she joined the cult to stop crap like this from happening.
Well, let's talk about out of character though.
We are
not force
stopping
anyone
it. We can always just kill her later. She can give us an advantage right now. We just have to do something for her first, which is still a blow to the cult. It's messing with their leadership.
That's true. And
It just
all those
means
things are true.
It just means she'll be empowered instead, and if we get there fast and make sure that Pterodon doesn't send word to them to trap us, then...
Karen thinks it's a trap. It's always a trap. It's always a trap.
It will give us...
People suck. People are dishonest, just like her. It's a trap.
It'll give us an edge up in the short term if she's giving us real information. She could be leading us to a trap, but she might actually be using us to get rid of somebody else. So it could weaken the cult, but then she'll know more about us. She'll have leverage over us, and she'll be more prepared for us in the future because she's seen us and maybe knows a little bit more about us.
Yeah, but, that's fine, because she's pretty much the only person in the cult, besides maybe Rezmir, that knows anything about us, frankly. And this is also the White Wing. If there's a white dragon, we have tons of fire spells, so...
But, we could just ice her.
Here's my problem with
I love
that.
the play on words.
She has information for us. I want to stay on good terms with her, so she's more willing to give us that information. And also, she seems extremely calm about this situation. She does not seem to be afraid to fight, and she has real white dragon armor. I think this lady is serious business. Picking a fight with her might not be a good idea.
You guys could take her in a fight. I have full confidence in you.
Yeah,
I
but
do have
I'm
my
so
great
concerned.
staff back now, and she is more inclined to use wintry magic, you know. I'm just saying, that's Karen's call, but obviously it's a group decision.
I definitely respect the sticking with the character and doing what's the character is, what you think your character would do, and that I prefer to back as opposed to doing what might be the more tactical, out of character, strategic decision. For me, I'd rather do the more thematic thing.
Because we can always find out more about this lady's stuff by just rifling through her diary after she's dead. Everybody in this world has a diary.
I mean, we can do Zone of Truth and Command, so from Yuri, like we did with Cyanra, so that works. But like,
We can always dip her down to real low HP and be like, you have nowhere to bargain. All of your mooks are dead, you know, presumably.
here's the
Tell us
problem,
what you
though.
want to know.
If we go to where this other person is, like this other leadership is, we will also learn more about the White Wing, specifically where they're located, what they're doing, stuff like that. We can learn that firsthand if we go there and deal with stuff, and we can learn a little bit more about their tactics as well.
But she could also betray us in the back end. Like, she knows where we came from, so she has that information.
She's
If
definitely
we
gonna
leave her
betray us.
here in this hub stronghold, she'll be able to communicate with every other cult member, you know, that might be through here. She'll have information over Rezmir, which will give her a further leg up.
Something else to consider maybe is that we know that she's claimed she's not a good person. I think we've kind of established that she's a cult leader. So it's kind of in her nature to betray and prepare and ambush and do all this other stuff.
True, I just feel like we would
There's-
gain more if we did what she asked first, she gave us the information, and then if we needed to, we could kill her.
All
I
right.
totally agree. I totally agree that there's definitely good information to be had, but I like. Go ahead.
So, it sounds like we're at an impasse. People aren't budging on their arguments. It sounds like most of the group wants to go. I can't tell where. Everybody say whether or not you want to fight or talk. So, Karen, fight or talk? Fight.
Karen would fight, yes.
Kyla, fight or talk?
Talk.
Uri, fight or talk?
Yuri's in fight mode.
Kobis, fight or talk?
Kobis. Shit. And out of character.
Fight or talk.
Okay.
You get one word, fight or talk.
Talk.
All right, so it's an even split. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to roll a d20. Kyla and Karen both roll a d20.
Can I go in and say, like, if we're split on fighting and talking, let's go with talking for now. You know, I don't want to force a confrontation that way.
Hear the rest of my idea first.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
All right, so we'll roll a die, flip a coin, whatever, and figure out which way we're going to go, and then we'll out of character talk about how we all came to that same agreement, how our characters got convinced or whatever.
Okay.
That was my idea. But if you want to change your vote so that we are doing talking, then that's something we can do too.
I will say, out of character in a meta capacity, I have had situations in the past where a situation like this played out where one person attacked and instigated the combat encounter because it was like in character for them to do so, and it ended up feeling bad for everybody else out of character. So
Yeah.
if we're split down the middle there, I am also of the opinion, going back to what Horace said, I think the thematic thing is more interesting, but not at the expense of somebody else's fun or interesting interaction.
Right.
So I would like to rescind my fight and go with talk, and I can figure out how Yuri makes peace with that here.
The other thing we can do is we can fight and then talk when she surrenders. If that's what you want to do.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. Out of character, I would prefer to back Allie's play because of fighting, but I think in character, Kobis is not really a gung-ho type of person. He's very much...
Everybody seems like they're still not sure. Let's just fight and see what happens.
We should just talk, though.
Oh my
know?
god, you guys
Okay,
are killing me.
We're all
Okay.
we're all backtracking, trying to keep each other happy. So I will say that as a player, my instinct is always to talk rather than fight. So my in-character answer is fight, but my out-of-character answer is talk.
Just say what you want to do. Doesn't matter what your character wants to do. Yuri, talk or fight?
Talk.
Talk. Okay.
Liar.
Allie, talk or fight?
Yeah, we should talk.
All right. Horace, talk or fight?
Out of character?
Doesn't matter.
I'm
What do you
serious.
feel like doing? What is it that you want?
Out of
to
character, out of character. Like I said, out of character. I want to back what Allie's character was doing and fight. But in character, I think Kobis would probably just go with the talking and see.
I love you
All right.
guys.
do? Okay. So
Here's
we have.
the thing. We can talk, and if she starts saying more troubling stuff that would force our hand, then we can beat her up. I'm playing Kobis as a very simple type of character, so he doesn't have a strong. His concern right now is Ugg, like he poisoned Ugg.
All right.
don't care.
Trying
Yeah.
to make a decision. So we have 2 votes for talk. We have 1 vote for fight. Correct? And Allie, you wanted to change your mind and talk instead of fight.
It's
Yeah,
just,
I mean, it makes more sense. I mean, I always like talking as a player, so I'm cool with it.
Okay. Perfect. Let's move on then.
Great. I'm going to go to the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back.
yeah, I was going to suggest we take 5 minutes right here and
Okay.
and go from there.
All right, let's
All right. Sounds good.
get drinks, and we'll be right back.
Cool. All right.
Whew, okay, I'm back. Welcome back. Sorry, man. I had to really go to the bathroom. I was like holding that for like the past hour. Cool.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Oh, there's some interesting looking people in the basement.
What?
Yes. Over in the top right.
Oh, yeah.
We are back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. My voice is back on, still streaming. Where's my full screen scene? There she is. Alrighty. So when last we left, we had decided to talk, which is 100% fine. I was cool either way. So you agree to help Talus, is what I'm hearing.
I think we said we were going to talk to her, right?
Or did I mishear?
I mean, I
I
think
think the agreement, like, the talking is implicit with agreement.
yeah.
Like, but I don't know that we're necessarily being truthful about it. You know?
Yeah, that's fine. You can say, yeah, we'll help you. And she can say, well, I think you guys are honorable, and you can renege on your deal. That's 100% fine. You can totally do that. But you give her assurances that you will help her.
A legally non-binding verbal agreement.
Hmm. She's not a genie or a devil or anything like that, so she's not.
She casts yes.
So, I'd appreciate it if you released my men.
Yuri still has the table up and looks back at all of you, and in out of character, I'm cool, but in character, Yuri does not understand why the talking is continuing, but is not going to, turn everything over for the group, so he eases back and sets the table down, the contents of it spilled all over the room, tables and plates smashed, glasses shattered, the food ruined.
Yeah, the cultists that drank the poison, they're groaning. They slide down the wall, and she tells them, "Leave us." And she walks over real slowly, just lets Yuri back up, and just gets over. Oops. These guys go away. Go away. Go away. This guy, he drank, so he's poisoned. Bloop. And this guy did not drink, so he's not poisoned. But he's not sitting there clutching his stomach. You can tell he's not in a good way, but and Ugg is poisoned as well. And she just opens the door to get a breeze going. And she says, "I'm happy you saw reason. We have something in common. We both want this person to die. So, what can I tell you? How much do you know of the cult's business and what's been going on in this region?"
I don't know if you've ever played cards before, but it ain't really smart to show your whole hand right away. So why don't you tell us what you think we know? We'll start there.
She smiles and says, "Well, I just was hoping to save time." And she tells you some general plans of what's been going on. Like the cult's been raiding the general area up and down the Sword Coast, and they've been funneling treasure up through the Mere of Dead Men and over through this hunting lodge. And she's not really telling you very much you don't already know. But then she says, from here, it goes to the staging area in Parnast, and then gets loaded up onto Skyreach Castle. And those of you familiar with the area know that there's not a castle in this area. Let's see.
Was it Skyreach Castle?
Skyreach Castle.
And Parnast is the area just south of where we are?
Yeah, there's a small little village called Parnast that's southeast from here. Let's see. She identifies Rezmir as a worm speaker, and she goes ahead and tells you about the rest of the leaders of the cult too. She assumes you know them, but you do not. So I'm typing that out real quick. So there are 5 leaders of the cult called Worm Speakers, each of whom has an affinity for a particular kind of chromatic dragon. Leader names are Severin the Red, Galvin the Blue, Neronvian the Green, Rezmir the Black, and Varum the White. Let's see. What else does she tell you? She calls for one of her servants to bring the banner. And if you allow that to happen, a few minutes later, he comes back with this white banner that has 5 red or 5 stripes on it, each a different color of the chromatic red dragons: a red, a green, a blue, a black, a white. And she lays this at puts this on one of the chairs or hands it to one of you. And she says, "This banner will allow you to access the castle if it is flying." And she waits for the impact of that.
If
Yes. Currently it is parked outside of Parnast in the valley. They are finishing loading some treasure. We were waiting on the next load from Naerytar, but it's obvious that shipment's not coming. So I suspect they'll be moving out soon.
How is it that it flies? Is it a spell or?
Well, it's not a natural thing, that's for sure. She says it's a magical artifact of frost giants. But they are cooperating.
why?
For they have no other choice.
If it was taken from the castle while it was flying, what would happen?
If what was taken?
The artifact.
The castle is the artifact.
Oh, I see.
Yes. There's
What do we know about frost giants, broadly speaking? Is that something I can make a roll for to see if my character would know?
I think I can just give you some frost giant stuff.
At least within the confines of this setting.
Yeah.
What significance that might be?
Yeah, you like a bunch of big heroic tales, so I don't think you need to tell you about that stuff. Giants, ancient empires once cast long shadows over a world that quaked beneath the giants' feet. In those lost days, these towering figures were dragon slayers, dreamers, crafters, and kings, but their kind fell from glory long ago. However, even divided among secluded clans scattered throughout the world, the giants maintained the customs and traditions of old. And frost giants...
Dragon slayers, you say?
Yep.
Hmm.
Gigantic reavers from the freezing lands beyond civilization, frost giants are fierce, hardy warriors that survive on the spoils of their raids and pillaging. They respect only brute strength and skill in battle, demonstrating both with their scars and their grisly trophies they take from their enemies. Hearts of ice. Don't worry about that. So basically, they're big, tough sons of guns, and the frost giants typically are of the evil persuasion. And a regular frost giant is a challenge rating 8. So you have a kind of a... If you were fighting one frost giant, probably wouldn't be too difficult for this party.
Gotcha. Yuri was on board with all of that up until they're typically evil.
But weren't you just saying that, Yuri's in it for glory, not for good?
That's true. I mean, Yuri's a generally good character, but ultimately, yes, his tenets do not revolve around doing good things, just, great deeds. Which he typically associates with doing good
Where
things.
is the side view of Skyreach Castle? There's the handout. But I want to change a couple of things real quick, so let me edit an image on the fly. Another Blando original here.
Good old Blando.
Blando.
Brother of Lando.
Alright, so she wants us to take out Varm the White so she can be the new worm speaker for the White flight.
Mm-hmm. God dang it, no. Oh yeah. Crop to selection. I'll be with you in one moment.
So she's making it sound like Varm and the other worm speakers would be in the castle. And
No.
she's giving us a banner. No?
Nope.
Okay.
The only Rezmir and Varum. I'm good, baby. Thank you.
Hi, Lori.
Hi, Lori.
Hello. Hello. Everyone loves Lori.
Everybody loves Lori. She's awesome.
Yeah.
There's shapes. Are you filled shapes? No, you're not. Okay. Sorry, I gotta. She's not telling you everything you need to know, so. But she's telling you a lot of things.
Mm.
All right, and then I can snip this and throw it in the Discord.
Ever since I figured out that snipping hotkey combo,
Oh,
dang,
man.
so nice.
What hotkey are you using?
It's Windows Shift S.
What does it do?
It just brings up the snipping tool automatically, or at least it should. Or maybe not if that's an older Windows, isn't it?
Yeah. That's okay. I have it on my hotbar, so.
Noise.
All right, so she shows you, kind of draws out or describes this castle to you. She says there's a lower courtyard down below and an upper courtyard. And he should be in the upper courtyard, I think. Let me go look at where the heck he is.
I'm sorry, she's saying this is within the floating castle, Skyreach?
Yeah. Yes. Skyreach is the floating castle. Let me see. Where did I put him? Yeah, okay. All right. I'm going to take you guys to the map real quick of the Flying Castle. And up on the north side, there is this large bedroom right here. Or wait, no, we'll put him down here. He'll be in this this large bedroom down here in the southeast corner, area 15. I'll write that down so I don't forget. The heck was his name?
Varum?
Varum the
Varum.
White.
The White.
Oops. Yeah.
She says, in Parnas, they typically have some wyverns. If the castle has already taken off, you should be able to persuade them to cooperate. I hear they like rabbits.
Sorry, I had to go for a second. What happened?
So she showed, there's a picture in Discord that shows you kind of the castle, and area 15 is where Varum should be. That's his quarters, at least. He might not be there. He does move around.
Did we say what race or species?
Dwarf.
Dwarf.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you say he was in the upper courtyard?
I was thinking about it, but then I changed my mind. He's in 15.
Where is that in relation to the upper and lower courtyard?
It's in the lower courtyard. It's in the southeast spot.
I'm sorry. I was looking at the picture in Discord and not cross-referencing.
There we go. There we go.
Told you it was a flying castle, for the record.
You did say that. Yeah.
All right, so we're being led to believe that Varum and Rezmir would be the two main leaders that would be present, although that doesn't mean that other people can't be there.
Yep.
Got a way up.
And she says, where'd my notes go?
The only ones I'm really concerned about are the blue leader and the red leader, but everybody else should be at least manageable. Probably the blue leader as well, if we have to face them in a fight. Assuming they're the same challenge rating as the young dragon that they correspond with.
It's beautiful for me because I don't know anything about any kind of challenge rating, so I just bumble into situations
Same.
happily.
I don't follow CR for D&D type stuff.
Oh, really?
I
Yeah.
trust my DM. That's what I do.
That's why I worry about some dragons, but not other dragons. And I'm like, but no, we can't do that one. We can't do that one.
Not with that
Karen-
attitude.
Karen is worried about all dragons constantly, except for her boss.
Karen's the wisest one of us all.
Shoot, what is her wisdom actually? No, I'm gonna check.
Not as high as Kobis.
No. I got a gentle woman's +1 to wisdom.
Nice.
I have a flat 10.
I got a 13.
There's a...
Lucky number.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You go ahead.
I would, if you would allow me, I would like to take 1 point out of wisdom and put it to intelligence instead.
That's fine with me.
Thank you.
I'd have to actually let me double check that. Put it back for now, and I'll look at it after the game because it depends on what point of intelligence you're taking off and what point you're going on. But anyways, so she tells you about that stuff. Opening back up my notes. And she says, I believe that's everything you'll need. The town Parnas is run by the cult, so be careful what you say there. Not sure if your cover's been blown or not. Depends on who Rezmir decided to share that information with.
So it sounds to me like you're telling us to walk into a heavily guarded cult fortress that knows we're probably coming to kill some guy so you can get a promotion. Am I reading that right?
More or less.
I have a question for you, Talith. Are you allowed to freely walk through the castle?
Yes.
See? Out of character, disguise self.
Nice.
Oh, let's frame her for murder.
And that's the
Cult
best thing
murder.
too, because then we can make it visible so they see Talus doing it. So Talus gets in trouble if we...
That's pretty slick.
So Talus will get in trouble, but she won't know she's in trouble until we get back. Or until after we get back and get the information from her. So that's 2 birds with 1 stone. And then the White Wing is messed up.
Let's give it a shot.
Yeah.
Out of character, obviously.
Yeah, you're discussing this plan in front of her. You're like, no, I don't think so.
Oh. Can Karen use her message sending tattoo to ask Gully about Parnas if he knows anything about it? If like double checking.
He was not that high up. He definitely would not know a thing about Parnas. It's a small little village. Like you could see it from where you were. It was a couple mile, probably 3 or 4 mile hike down to the village.
Gotcha. Yeah, we're trying.
Let me pull up the details of disguise self, but I think she could also use possibly prestidigitation to change the way her voice sounds, or if not, that's also fine. I'm sure a lot of them would recognize her voice exactly.
Yeah, you'd have to, casting prestidigitation is a little bit flashy and somewhat obvious, So it'd be like you were just constantly gesturing and, and saying things every once in a while, because it doesn't last super long. But what would you do? You have any other questions for her, or?
Not me personally. Other people might though.
Do we have an agreement then? Oh, sorry. Does anybody else have any questions?
No, I think I'm good.
Tell me about this guy.
Varum. 1 second. I'll pull up a sheet real quick. She will tell you as much details as she can about him.
Like his favorite beverage?
I'm just reading some stuff. Okay, he is a dwarf. He is pretty tough and really good in a fight. He wields a scimitar.
Does it happen to be called Frostbrand?
Sure.
Fun. There's a really cool enchanted magic item that's Frostbrand, and it does frost damage and stuff like that. It's very White Dragon themed.
Ooh.
And it can take the form of any sword, like, depending on just what the DM decides, so it can be a scimitar.
Oh, dang, that's cool. Shape-changing sword?
Like, I don't think...
style.
Okay.
Let's see if I can get it.
Yeah. But yeah, she says that he has a magical scimitar that does frost damage. And what kind of armor does he wear? Studded leather. Not sure what else you want to know about him. He's kind of a simple dwarf.
I mean, how does he treat his people? How does he... What's his schedule? What are his wants and hopes and dreams?
Well, he's happy that he recently got promoted into the worm speaker position.
What happened to the last one?
Oh yeah,
Betrayed by their underling?
Out of character. I don't know. Let's make up a story about what happened to the last one.
Fell off the castle.
They were some kind of sketchy thing happened in the cult. They realized it was the white leader, and they ended up deciding to throw him off the castle.
All right, that kind of ties
I was
everything.
going to say he was drunk.
And he was drunk.
There was a patch of ice.
The entire
Or maybe-
castle.
A white dragon just randomly decided, you know what, I'm feeling hungry, because usually they aren't very intelligent, so maybe they just ate the worm speaker.
Well, you hate to see it.
Not going to go with that one. I like the other one where there was a scheme to dethrone him. And then Talus was convinced she was the next in line, so she probably had a hand in the scheme, but Varum outsmarted her at the last second. But you don't get that feeling from her that she was outsmarted.
So why was this guy promoted instead of you?
I guess Severin trusted him more, but perhaps it's because he has some sort of oversight and plan that he didn't want to risk me.
I'm sure that's it.
I mean, considering you're having him killed, maybe it was a smart bet.
Not saying he was wrong.
I don't think you guys have seen Karen's brows this knit in quite some time.
Can hear them
She
grinding
could
together.
make a sweater with it.
Yeah, so Severin the Red is the head dragon cultist in charge. And Rezmir and her just haven't really gotten along that well. So, listen, while you're at it, feel free to crash that castle into the ground. Any other questions? Or is our business concluded?
I do have one question. How does one operate the castle? How do they decide where it goes and what happens?
That is by... What the heck's his name? It's like some weird giants. Blagothcus. I'll type that out. Blagothcus is who directs it.
Is he currently doing it willingly, or is he being forced to operate?
The cult has... he was turned on by his own people, and he is enchanted to follow the cult saying, slay him and they will lose control of the castle.
Why would we slay someone that doesn't have the right control of their own stuff? Couldn't we just break the enchantment and give him his castle back?
Oh, you could. You do what you want. These are just ideas.
What are you planning on doing when you're in charge?
It's not important.
Oh, isn't it?
What do you think she's going to do? She's a cultist. She already told you this. She told you she's not a nice woman. What do you expect?
That's my point. How can we trust you? Because there's no way.
We can't.
You're just gonna... This is a trap.
It is not a trap. It is an opportunity for you to thwart some of the cult leadership. And then you win a friend in the leadership next.
Yeah, the leadership we're going to tear down and destroy. You have no interest in keeping us alive.
No, I do not. All of that is true. But I will be here. I will not be able to interfere. What you do is your own business after we part ways.
This is a bad idea. I don't like this.
Are you going back on your word? Is this not what we agreed to?
She just kind of slow blinks back at her.
Out of character, did we agree to not harm her?
No, we
I don't
did
know.
not.
We have an opportunity to crash their flying fortress into the ground and get rid of 2 white leaders. I think
And
if we go...
Sorry, that was the agreement that I talked about. And when you guys said, yeah, we're talking, then I assumed that happened. So maybe... maybe not, but that's how I read the situation. And it's fine to tell a lie. That is a thing that people do.
Karen lies all the time.
All the time.
I'll back your play, whatever you guys do.
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever direction. I think we're certainly setting ourselves up to be betrayed, if not at the castle itself, then, after she consolidates her power. But that could also lead to a cool moment later on, too, so...
Yes.
I don't feel the need to just smash everything. Yuri does, but I don't.
After
She's got a bad feeling about this.
Kaylee?
I feel like we would just be able to highly take advantage of the situation. As long as that Pterodon doesn't go to, alert them that we're coming, then we should be fine. And if we stay away from Rezmir, then we can just disguise self and go to Barum. Talk to some cultists, let them know that we're going there. Just subtly mention that we're going there, so they think that it's her.
So what's the plan after we get there and kill Varum? So suppose we get to the castle, everything goes well, we defeat Varum, and somehow don't tip off Rezmir. What's our next step, after that?
I think we have 2 people with fly, right? We could just fly away from the castle.
And she says there's a huge hoard there. All of this treasure that's been stolen from the good people of the Sword Coast. Do with that what you will.
I just don't understand your end game. You're going to be the leader of a barren country of no cultists after this. There's no point in you doing this with us. So I'm trying to figure out what's your angle.
Out of character, her angle is she wants to be the leader of the white cult. This isn't like the penultimate. This is where all the cultists are hanging out. There's a couple of leaders here, some cultists, and a big treasure hoard. She's talked about a frost giant, Verum, and Rezmir's probably there too. Kill her too, for all she cares.
So we're not assaulting like the main cult headquarters. This is
not the main headquarters of the cult. This is one of the resources of the cult that is
so best. Sorry, go ahead.
That's in use by the Black and the White Wings.
Okay,
So,
but wait. Could we theoretically take control of the castle ourselves and then run it into what is the main cult headquarters and just destroy both at the same time?
Possibly.
if we knew where it was, yeah.
There's probably dragons in the castle, I just realized. Oh. But if we want to go there, then we should probably get going soon because they did say that it might be taking off soon.
Well, I mean, if we summon those little flying dudes, like with the rabbits, like she said, should be
The
fine, right?
wyverns.
Yes, I mean, she looks out the window. There's not a flying castle. It hasn't taken off yet.
We should probably get going then.
So,
Karen, oh gosh, Karen doesn't know what to do.
So she has a question for you, Karen. What do you plan on doing after you murder this cultist? Bring him to justice, whatever you wish to call it. I assume you will go around doing heroic deeds.
My whole deal is just stopping all you. I could stop you right now instead of you being a thorn in my side to trick me later. I know you. We know each other now.
We do.
It's gonna happen.
Perhaps when we part ways, we surely aren't friends any longer. We are just talking now, and after our deal is done, I won't hold it against you if you try to attack me. Nor would I expect you to hold a grudge if I were to attack you. I think you would expect it.
That's polite.
Is it?
I could lie.
I almost prefer if you would. This is very unsettling for me.
Well, she's being very honest with us.
Very well. Then after we part ways, I shall give up my life of evil and invite you over for tea and cookies.
I don't like tea.
Each month. Well, whatever beverage you desire. This is a lie, so whatever your favorite drink is.
Lady Nightgem, do you know the tale of the frog and the scorpion?
Not.
There once was a frog, and he came across a river, a stream, and there was a scorpion. And the frog said, "Why are you standing here, scorpion?" And the scorpion said, "I wish to get across the stream." And the frog said, "I would ferry you if only you would not sting me." And the scorpion said, "I promise not to sting you." And the frog believes him and ferries him across the other side. And when they've nearly made it, and they're climbing ashore, the scorpion stings the frog. And the frog looks to the scorpion and says, "Why have you done this? I upheld my end of the bargain, why not you?" And he said, "Because I am a scorpion. It is what I do." And the frog dies.
The way I heard it, the scorpion stung them when they were halfway across the river. And then they both drown. It does, because then they both drown.
And I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that you're smarter than that scorpion.
Appreciate that.
Well played.
Just know this. Betrayal is inevitable. There is no reason that she would send us there if she did not believe that we would either die or do what we're supposed to do, both of which benefit her.
I believe you will die. There is a lot there, and as grand as the Defiant Dawn tales are, I don't think you'll make it out of there alive.
Seems to be the mistake everybody's making.
Yeah, so let me make the same mistake.
Lady Nightgem, may I pose a question to you?
Of course.
If she leaves now, and we do not end her here, what happens to all the people she will harm and kill because we could have stopped her? Is it worth upholding our own word because we said we would in the face of such evil when we could destroy both her and do what she's bidding us to? Does it make us better? Does it help more people to keep our word and allow her to go forward and do evil?
She doesn't have access to her armies currently, at least until she's appointed.
You're thinking in the short term. She could have access to resources we don't even know about. You're making assumptions.
She has said she is going to go, she is going to lead the cult and do what the cult does, which is pillage, kill, and otherwise sow harm and evil into this world. Now, I'm not the most upstanding lady myself, but I don't stand for that kind of crap.
Nor do I. That's why I have a plan for such.
Out of character, I'm fine letting her walk. Yuri just wants to make that point.
I'm holding Ugg's hair back as he's vomiting it.
I feel better.
Sometimes doing what is for the good of all is not the objectively good thing. Sometimes it's what you must do, what needs to be done. What are you willing to sacrifice to make sure others are safe?
My life.
But not your honor? Not your word?
Of course, those things.
Then why should we allow her to leave?
Because we have ways of... Oh my god.
She looks on with interest.
I'm trying not to give you guys my entire plan of how we can take both of them down at once without...
I mean, if you want to end it on and tell Yuri just, hey, I have do you trust me or not? Like,
Yeah.
You can turn the situation back on Yuri. Like, I, as the player, am purposefully putting you in a moral dilemma where you have to answer one or two ways, but you can push that back onto Yuri, too.
Doug
Like,
loves a moral
Well, that's
dilemma.
what I've done. I've said she has a plan. I've said that's why I have a plan for the future. That's why I have a long-term plan for this. I've been hinting at it.
Yuri doesn't take hints very well.
No, Karen's very dumb. Like, she just operates on her heart and a whim.
Tell Yuri to trust you.
Yeah.
That's what I was about to do, so yeah, that works.
No.
So you're telling Yuri, like, just trust me?
Yes. With a meaningful look, of course.
Yuri will grit his jaw and clench his fist, but fall into a somewhat sullen silence.
Well, then we have an arrangement. She holds out a hand to shake. If anyone does that.
It's a trap! No. Yeah, sure. Kyle will shake her hand.
Yeah, you shake her hand, and just the armor is just frosty cold. It chills your hand. She doesn't squeeze it. She does not like doing any kind of macho show of power. But she shakes your hand and says, "Very well."
Kyla winces at the cold. She very much prefers the heat.
And with that, she escorts you outside. And we'll head back into the ground floor of the hunting lodge. Let's go into the upper floor since we can see both sections. What? Hold on a second. Doesn't make any sense. I think this map is busted. It's like this landing goes nowhere. So
What do you mean?
So
This
on the
one here?
ground floor, there's 3 stairways that go up, and and then on the second floor, there's stairways that go down. Like the reason why it doesn't make sense is you're not supposed to walk through here because there's a trap, but there's no other way to go. So
What I assume is the stairs go up and then right and left up.
yeah, but there's a trap there that activates if you don't take either of the side staircases. But you can't take either of the side cases because it doesn't make sense. Anyway, long story short, she directs you not to go down these stairs and directs you to go down the way you came in. All right. And she escorts you downstairs and watches as you leave. Standing outside is this massive troll with 4 arms. And looks like he was ready to charge in if called for. But he stares down at each of you.
There is one thing I'd like to do before we leave, if that's okay.
Okay.
On the way out the door, Yuri will fish a single copper piece from one of his bags and flick it at Talus and say, "For the miss."
For the
Single
mess.
copper piece.
The
Oh,
lowest denomination of coin he has.
Gotcha.
that's harsh.
I'll settle the rest with you later.
Very well. As you're leaving, and it's obvious you are about to part ways and not kill each other, she says, "Oh, one more thing. The passphrase to get into the castle. Hail Blagothkus."
Black Othkus.
Can I roll insight? Can
For
I
what?
see if that's some kind of trigger word that means something else?
Let's see. What's her? Let me see. Let me see what Talus's deception is. I am on the wrong
I see.
layer. Let's see. Talus the White. All right, yeah, making an insight check.
Alrighty.
Never mind.
Oh, yes, never mind indeed.
Oh, she is. She's telling you 100% the truth. You trust her, or you can't tell that she's lying. How about that?
That's fair. I did think it was a trap, just like to make sure. Unless I roll a 5 on insight, in which case.
All right, so you start moving down towards the castle.
Oh, and as soon as they're like out of earshot or whatever, Kyla is going to explain her plan to Yuri, so it doesn't seem like.
Okay, so what's the plan?
So, like, what she wants to do is she wants to disguise herself as Talus and then drop hints with different cultists, like, hey, where's so-and-so's room? Whatever. And when they find his room, and they find that he's been murdered, they'll be like, wait, Talus was the last person to be in here, and she might have gotten the promotion. They'll make the connections. They'll figure out that it was Talus, using finger quotes. Meanwhile, we can all cast Fly on each other, or do other stuff in the castle, just not as Talus, act like Talus just left. And then when Talus comes to claim her promotion, then she'll be arrested or whatever.
Or they'll congratulate her for her cutthroat thought.
I say we just crash the castle onto her house. I think that'd take care of 2 birds, 1 stone, you know what I mean?
If you think such a thing is possible.
I mean, listen, think about it. We don't even have to kill anyone ourselves if we go mess up the giant stuff. Just have him crash the whole thing. Everybody dies. Solid success.
Should we lift up the castle and drop it down more than once?
We'd have to ask the giant, probably.
Depends on how far you drop it, I guess. It might be a one-time thing.
Oh no, not gravity physics.
We should find where the cult's main headquarters are, and then we can drop it there.
Are we just going to hide it behind a mountain until then? Or
Sure. That sounds good.
Park it in the swamp.
We could leave it near Lightbringer's mountain. He might be a little confused as to why there's now a flying castle by his house, but...
Can't imagine why.
Ek, may I ask now that we've left the lodge, an out-of-character question?
Sure.
Were those 2 NPCs in the basement prisoners?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
They look like they were good guys.
The main thing that I'm worried about with crashing the castle onto cult headquarters or whatever is that there might be prisoners in there. That's another thing I was going to mention. Or, slaves that are innocent.
Plus, you need to find out where the main headquarters are. That's information you don't have.
Yeah.
Right.
So, anyway.
Okie dokie.
So, are you guys dressed up like cultists, or what are we doing?
Whatever you guys think would be best for your characters, I'm good with. Kylo's going to be disguised as Talus the White, as we said.
Cool.
I mean, if we're trying to infiltrate, we don't really have any option as far as, we have to dress like cultists, basically. Unless we're supposed to go into the town incognito, not dressed like cultists.
In general, the town is run by cultists, but there are some people there, but the cultists are 100% in charge.
Is it like an open secret then? Like everybody can wear their cultist robes and it's like a convention and they're like, hey.
Yeah, typically they don't, but if depending on your story, you can totally do that and walk through town.
Whatever would draw the least attention to us is probably the correct answer. So if we would know that, they wouldn't be openly wearing their stuff, then we probably shouldn't either.
Yeah, because Kyla could just cast disguise self whenever she needs to, so...
Yeah,
Yuri can exist as big bronze dragonborn.
Yeah, maybe we kind of, from a distance, scout out the town and match whatever they're doing as we slowly enter the town.
All right. I'm checking something.
Oh,
So
no.
Kyla is going into the town as Talus? Is that what you said?
Yeah, how long does that spell last?
Let me check. I was
Just an
going to say,
hour.
when we get to the castle. So, yeah, I think it lasts about an hour.
Yeah, I'd probably do it once you got to the castle. Yeah. So this says brass dragonborn, but you just said bronze. Did I get it wrong, or did you? I see something on your sheet that says brass. But you just said bronze.
I'm sorry, I'm a brass, yeah. I forgot.
Okay.
I forgot the terminology.
Everyone is mixing up if Yuri is a brass or bronze dragon.
To be
I
our
don't rightly know.
Well, it also doesn't help that they both breathe fire, and they're both like good dragons.
Okay. All right. Yep. Sure. I have a bronze dragon NPC that's very meaningful to me, and she's pretty cool. So
Nice.
bronze dragons breathe lightning, but doesn't really matter. But
Bronze dragons, they breathe lightning?
yep, they do,
Oh, they do?
and also repulsion. Metallic dragons
Why did I
always have a
think
What
secondary.
did I make Dez? I thought Dez was one that had fire,
I don't know,
but maybe I
don't know.
goobered that up. Whoops!
Just say maybe your DM did it different or whatever. But yeah,
I probably just forgot it.
I'm just not very good at building D&D characters.
All right. Over courtyard. Nope. The village of Parnast. All right. This small village is secretly under the control of the Cult of the Dragon, but you know the secret. The village has a few dozen houses in a small square with buildings that include tavern, a stable, and a shrine. In contrast to this rustic burg stands... hold on a second. Yeah. Far down I've changed how things are a little bit. Far down the hill, you see this shroud, this valley that's just shrouded in mist and fog. And you see a few tall, icy spires sticking out of it. Wisps of fog hide much of the castle's detail, but you see two statues standing just before the enormous gates.
I'm sorry. What did you say about the ice spires?
There's icy spires that are poking up out of the fog. So towers of the castle are poking up out of the fog that's surrounding the castle down in the valley.
Gotcha. I wasn't sure if they were a part of the castle or if they were something else.
But yeah, as you start walking into town, the castle begins to lift up off of the ground. The spires seem to start growing up out of this roiling fog, and there's a tremble in the earth as it shifts and launches into the air, and slowly but surely starts to ascend. It's quite a far ways away, but the fog that it was sitting in kind of falls down off the side, and you see a flying castle in the distance.
Oh shoot! Okay, if we cast fly on each of us, would we be able to make it?
Probably. How long does fly last?
10 minutes, maybe?
Concentration up to 10 minutes.
Oh man, they changed that.
So
It
it's
used
a
to be-
third level spell.
So
You would have to cast it at higher levels to get more than one person.
Yeah, I can use a 4th level spell for it, and then can I also cast the 3rd level spell to cast 2 at the same time, or no?
No.
Okay. What about Karen? Do you have fly?
I do have fly, and I cast everything at 4th level right now because
Yep.
that's my
Yeah.
that's my warlock level.
That's how the warlock do.
You don't have to cast it if you don't want to, but that would mean we would get 4 of us, and then
Ugg can stay behind. It's cool.
Kara says, "Hey, go kill that lady, please." She doesn't though.
We could instruct him to go feed rabbits to the wyvern and find his own way up.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, the fly spell, you're not 100% sure you're close enough. It's pretty far away.
I think we should give it a try because that's where we have to go. So
I mean, we could just try baiting those wyverns.
there's wyverns?
Yeah, it was one of the things she told us was that there are wyverns here that we can persuade them to cooperate with rabbits.
Oh, that's fun. Let's see. If I remember correctly, they don't speak any languages, and they're more animalistic. So that would have to be an animal handling role. We couldn't talk to them.
I mean, Kobis can.
I can.
Yeah, except for Kobis.
If you like.
I mean, if we're also just flying through the sky in the middle of the day, it might be a little easy to spot us that way too.
And Kobis is definitely going, wee!
That's a problem for any time of day, though.
True. What would we have to roll to make it, or would you just decide?
Well, you can only take 4 of you. If that's the route you want to go, you've made it up there, but you don't have a way back down right away, which is also fine. But those are just things you have to consider. You can fly up there, or you can use the wyverns. That's kind of the choice you're making, I guess, if you're heading straight for the castle and not messing around in this town.
I think we might want to use the wyverns then. That seems to be what we're supposed to do.
I think it'll just be easier on our resources as well.
Yeah,
I don't think we're
sure.
not supposed to do anything in particular, but
You could go. You could knock over this town and start a tavern if you wanted to.
Hey,
if we
I
fly
feel like it's
directly,
the implied thing. That's all I'm saying.
if we use fly spells to get up there, that'll leave Karen with only 1 spell slot. And if we need to get back down, we either need to find a different way to fly back down, clear out the entire castle, or find a way to rest or something like that. But
It would also leave Ugg or one of the players behind. Also,
Yeah.
100% fine.
That's why I'm saying wyverns. Could a wyvern lift Ugg?
Mhm.
Yes, it could. Never.
All right. Well, you make your way over towards the stables. The 2 big doors leading into the stable are sealed, and the place looks shuttered. But they don't have any descriptions on the inside, so... but when you get closer, you hear just the familiar sounds of draconic hissing and or snapping of jaws, very lizard-like. Definitely not the whinnying of horses that are that would normally be stabled here. When you go inside, there are 4 wyverns. These things are very large. They have, let's see, how do they look in this edition? Do they only
Do you want me
have
to
the
tell you?
2 legs? I'll look it up.
Yeah, all wyverns only have 2 legs.
Well, I mean, it depends on...
Most mythology.
Okay. Yep. So yeah, they have these huge folded wings that are folded into their body. They have 2 talons that are on the outside that they can use to strike with. They have a large reptilian head with pointy sharp teeth, and their tail ends in a barb that can strike over their head like a scorpion. Speaking of scorpions...
I think we just talked about this one.
But they see you and they do not look super happy to see you. They are definitely barely tamed wild animals.
Is there any way I can try to calm them down?
Sure. What would you like to do?
Trying to think. Maybe give them just some of my rations or whatnot. And, try to just look, tell them it's okay and that we're not here to bother them or anything.
Sure. What's your animal handling?
Only a +1.
All right. So you try to go up and befriend one of these wyverns. Let's see.
Okay, would this count as a draconic interaction?
Yeah.
Okay. It's for charisma, though. I don't know, like, if that would apply here.
I don't understand. Whenever you make a charisma check when interact, what is animal handling a charisma check?
It's not. That's why. Because, like, that's why I was asking.
What's the normal check for it?
Wisdom?
Okay.
I think.
All right. Let me open up my notes because the notes included in this module on the website are not very good. All right, yeah, I'll let you double your proficiency bonus. So just roll and then tell me what your proficiency bonus is. You need a DC 15, and if not, the thing stings you.
Oh,
Ouch. Alright. That doesn't hurt too bad. I'll give it a try. Let's see. 1 second.
God dang it.
Hold on, there's something I have with this. Thought it gave me advantage with something. Let me try to find it real quick. With advantage, it would be a 15. Without advantage, it would be a 12.
You don't have advantage. You get to double your proficiency bonus. Let me open up your sheet real quick, and I'll tell you what that is. Should be at the top left, sort of. Next to your strength, plus 3. So you got a 14, it looks like.
But doesn't it double my proficiency bonus?
Well, your proficiency bonus was in there. Oh, it wasn't.
No, that was only a +1. Sorry.
Okay. But you're not proficient? Your proficiency bonus is doubled if it applies to the check. Since you're not proficient, it doesn't apply to this check.
Gotcha. Alright. Oh.
Fun.
I can...
So...
That's very ironic. But, may I look that?
What the heck was that? Why did it roll so many goddamn dice?
It should be...
So it's 2d6 plus 4, and... Yeah, you can luck that. Go ahead and luck that for me. Because this was to the GM. God dang it! Why do you hide the rolls from everyone? I hate you. I hate you, hate you, hate you.
I swear, I was rolling well on everything earlier this session that wasn't important, like a history check to discover a language. It was like a nat 20, and then I roll on this and I just get garbage rolls.
The dice giveth and the dice taketh away.
So true, so true.
Always roll advantage, always whisper rolls, never whisper rolls, you jerk. Alright, so, does a 19 hit your armor class?
Yes.
Take 11 damage and make me a DC 15 Constitution saving throw.
Woo!
Oh,
Wow, so that worked.
Shrugging it off.
So
dang, you have a good con save.
So only take 14 poison damage. So
that's not
25 total.
Also, as a general reminder, if anybody is standing within 10 feet of Yuri at any time, you get to add a +3 to any save you make.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
get
I would get a 28 then.
Jeez, man. But
Why is my con so high?
I think sorcerers are proficient. It's a good save.
Heck yeah.
Could be used for other things.
hit points since you don't have any as a sorcerer.
If you're standing near Yuri, you will almost be guaranteed to pass every con save if it's the standard 10.
At least it's not. At least I'm not a wizard, though. I die of 1d4 sneezing damage.
So you come up and pull some rations out, see the wyverns, and you move over to try and interact with it. And its reptilian eyes stare down at you. It sniffs at the rations that you hold out for it, and just lightning fast, that tail just comes striking down and clips you in the shoulder. And you feel the poison go into your veins, and it burns.
Me.
Oh, Kyle!
My goodness, are you okay? Yeah.
They're kind of struggling in their pens.
They are quite feisty, aren't they? My goodness.
Apparently so.
Oh, are you all right?
Yes, it stings, but I'll be fine.
Are you sure?
Let me take a look. And, how many hit points did you lose?
25
20.
total?
Oh, dang. I can lay on hands that.
No, it's fine.
25 hit points? That's a lot of
I'll
hit
be
points.
good.
Well, I will use 15 hit points of lay on hands.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And because you're not poisoned, I don't need to expend extra to get rid of it.
Nice.
Yeah, Lord. Yuri puts a hand on your shoulder, or puts his glowing talon near your shoulder wound, and it starts to knit back together.
Oh, thank you.
It looks nasty. Well, this thing is still hissing in the background, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay, Kobis, speak with it.
Sure. I will walk up to it with my kind of in a submissive position to give it the alpha that it wants to think it is. And see here. I will spend a spell slot here. There we go. And I will speak Wyvernese.
Wyvernese. Yep.
Hello there. I am terribly sorry. We were just to make a deal with you. If you would be so kind to fly us up, we will give you more food. You have a great feast upon your hands.
It says that is not food. That is not what we eat.
Ah, yes, I heard you like rabbits. Is that correct?
It perks up. Rabbits. It licks its chops.
Yes, many rabbits. We will get this for you, I promise. We just require that you fly us up and maybe just kind of keep flying around as you do, and keep an eye on us and make sure we don't need to escape down.
Do you have any rabbits on you?
I probably don't. I don't think I...
We probably hunted some on the way, I would think, if we knew. I just didn't know. I just didn't hear the part where there were wyverns that liked...
Yeah, it's definitely something you could have picked up along the way down here. You were walking for 5 years. Or 5 years, 5 miles. So, yeah,
whoa.
You have a couple of... a few hairs for... We'll say 1 hair for each one.
Alrighty.
It starts... It sniffs at it, and you hold it out, and it just whack snatches it out of your hand. You're left with like a one lucky rabbit's foot still in your hand, and the rest is just gone.
I'll throw the rabbit's foot like aiming for a trash can or something to its mouth.
Right. It's, yeah, you it likes them, but it doesn't apparently it doesn't enjoy it because it just swallows it whole, and you just watch this lump travel down its esophagus. And yeah, you've there are saddles and bridles and spears and things like that, and Talus said if you attach the banner to the spear, then you'd be welcomed into the keep.
Okay, I'll look to the group. I think we have a deal. They're more hungry than anything. They never really said yes, but I think we were good to saddle them up.
Oh.
If you say so.
Yuri eyes Kyla's wound nervously and then looks back to Kobis. If you say so, yes.
And I'll be the first to try and saddle one just to show the rest of the group.
Yep. They
And it eats it. What?
there was there's a little bit of hesitation at first, but he relents and kneels down so that you can get the saddle around him. And yeah, you have no trouble saddling up these things. Give me a DC 10 like animal handling check. Just this is we'll say DC 13. And if you fail, Ugg saddle isn't on quite right. Oh no. We'll find out about that later.
If you kill Ugg,
He's tough.
Listen, we've
We're
all got to
gonna
go
have
some
words.
way. That would be pretty epic.
Yeah.
Mom
Just
says
rage
not to
midair.
kill Ugg, Dad. She's in the background. She said, "Don't you kill Ugg."
But listen, Ugg could take twice as much falling damage as the average person.
That's right.
You just have to rage on the way down.
Yeah, he's just got to be too angry to die.
The look on your face.
He'll pass out.
It's like a paracord. He just zoop.
Kyla has ridden a dragon once before in her entire life.
Nice.
So she has a little bit of experience with this, but not very much, and not with wyvern.
Do you want to luck that, Kevin, or are you fine with that roll?
Yeah, I'll luck it. I've already poisoned him, man. I don't want to.
Don't you kill
Secretly,
Ugg,
you
Kevin.
hate him. Oh, looks fine. All right, so you.
What were you gonna do, Father? Were you gonna kill Ugg?
He might have fallen. Then what you guys do with that's your business.
Mom just said, "Krias."
He's fine. All right, so yeah, you saddle him up. Everybody mounts onto the wyverns when some cultists are like open up the door, and you're riding out, and he's like, "Hey, where are you taking those?"
Don't worry about it. We're going up to the castle.
Yeah, the castle is now like high in the sky at this point, and looks like it's traveling south. Yeah, I mean, he can't stop a group of 4 wyverns. So, Karen, who are you riding with?
She usually saddles up with Yuri, but she feels more comfortable with Kobis that he can talk to the thing they're flying.
Nice.
That feels better to her right now.
Nice.
Yuri looks around to everyone else and says, "I'm not going to be a frog." And he puts his shield on his back before getting onto his wyvern.
She
Nice.
puts her finger on her nose and uses her other hand to point at Yuri.
Yeah, when you approach this this wyvern, Karen, you're the smallest one in the group, since you're a halfling, and it eyes locks with you as you're like moving, and you can just see it calculating that, wondering if it could swallow you whole or not. But
She flips
The
up
answer
her
is
eye
yes.
patch to glare at it with both eyes.
Nice.
The answer is yes.
Can
Yes,
I
it
roll an
does.
intimidation?
Sure, heck yeah.
Thaumaturgy or something like that.
I don't
What?
have anything
Can you
fun
volunteer
for
to
a
use
failure. We've already stung one character.
Karen, would you like some assistance with that?
Oh no, I think I got it.
Cool.
Gonna use my inspiration on it.
Nice,
Thank
18.
goodness. Good use. Good use.
Good.
Very nice.
Mark
very
your
nice.
inspiration for this critical roll.
Yep. It might be.
Yeah.
She doesn't have that many hit points to spare for, giant stinger damage.
Yeah, you lift up your eye patch and stare it right back, and it's not scared of you, but it respects you now.
Nice. That's all she wanted.
Yeah, that's all it's about, man.
Yeah.
Wyvern's respect.
It sniffs the air, doesn't detect a hint of fear, and it leans down so that you can get into the stirrup and climb up. So, looks like we're storming a magic castle.
It'll take a miracle. Bye.
Kobis abandoning us,
No,
riding his wyvern off into the sunset.
I'm quoting Princess's Bride.
Yeah.
No, okay, sorry, I missed that one. I've not the movie. I've seen the movie. I love the movie.
Whew, almost lost some nerd points.
Yeah, no.
I've watched it and I don't remember that line either.
It was Max. What's his name? Max? Miracle Max.
Miracle Worker, yep.
Oh yeah.
You think they'll survive? It would take a miracle. Bye.
You guys got this. He's fine. Okay. So we're coming up on 4 o'clock. This is a decent cliffhanger, I would say.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We are all on Wyvern back. The banner is fluttering in the breeze, and you are flying towards this magic flying icy castle. Let's do a post-mortem. So what did you like? What didn't you like?
Let's see.
I like bumbling into villain lairs and doing innocuous things. That's always very fun for me.
I guess we're doing chores now.
Yeah.
I did not like how there wasn't really a direction. Like we didn't even know where to go until somebody came and talked to us, which I don't really like because, it doesn't feel as if we're making the decisions as much, or we had too many options rather. There
that's
was
fair.
just no clear direction to go because we were like, well, we don't know where Rezmir is. I guess we're doing household chores now, and we wait until something happens. Like that's how lost we were. We had no idea where to go. So
Kara just started doing chores to infiltrate, knowing that important things would happen around her and she could eavesdrop. That's how she got, that was what she used to do in the cult before she joined up with y'all.
Yeah, I assumed when all that went down, I assumed we were in infiltration mode because we went in there and they didn't immediately try to attack us, and we were there to try to gather information of some sort. So
Yeah.
Info net.
yeah, but we were just waiting for something to happen, really. So that was just I didn't really like as much.
I assumed somebody else had a plan they were going with, which is why Yuri did not turn over a table sooner.
For me, I was I definitely had the subterfuge impression, and I was just kind of following along with what Karen was doing.
No. So the here's I'll go ahead and show you behind the curtain a little bit. The Rezmir left the castle, and she was heading over towards the flying castle. She did not bother to tell Talus anything, and so there were some clues about that. Like if you guys rested for like a half a day and then came through, if Rezmir knew about that stuff, or if the people here knew about that stuff, then there should have been guards there or something. But you didn't encounter that, so
Yeah, that's true.
there was a little bit of confusion, but definitely I feel like this module stumbled there, and I think I let it stumble because I thought it was fun because you guys just started cooking and stuff, and I was like, all right, guess we're having a dinner party.
Yeah, I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
I just didn't like how we didn't have a direction. That's all.
Right on.
For
I don't mind.
for,
I don't
for a
mind
solid
sleeping.
portion of the session.
What'd you say, Karen?
Oh, I just said I never mind sleuthing.
Yeah.
That's something that I enjoy.
Cool. So One thing that I will bring up that happened is we were wishy-washy on what we wanted to do. Like, do we want to talk? Do we want to fight? And we talked about that for a long time. And I think one of the problems is everybody's a little too nice. And everybody's like out of character. They want to make sure everybody's having a good time. In character, this is what my character would do. Then I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing my character would do this. I don't want to do that unless everybody's cool with it. And that's like two options and people aren't pushing forward, I guess. So it was tough to DM on my part because I wasn't sure where to go. I was going to leave it to a die roll, but then we changed our minds and went a different direction, which was 100% fine. I don't know what to do in those situations as a DM, so I guess I'll pose that to the group. What should I do in those situations?
If you wanted somebody to push forward, then why were you bothered when I did?
What?
I asked you, and you said that you were bothered.
I was a little bit bothered because like I had just done, like if you're talking about when you were asking, hey, talk or fight, like I had just done that and we had gotten to an agreement, but then we backed up it, and then a little bit later you did, hey, talk or fight, like this is something we've already done. The reason why I was a little bothered by that was because I just did that.
The reason I did, well, the results ended up being different anyways.
Yes.
So just so for future, as far as like the DM, what to do, I think, I don't know. I think it's more, I don't think it's so much on your end of it. It's more probably our end of it. And just for the future going ons, like for me, just so you guys know where my character is and what he does, he's very, very naive to the world. He's very simplistic. He doesn't care about the grand schemes of things. He's just happy to be like the supporting character. And as far as Kevin, well, I'm happy. I definitely, when it comes to like do you do what's the smartest thing to do, or do you do what their character and how they play that character? 100%, I'm always going to choose how they play the character.
That's cool.
And the other thing is like Kobis doesn't know really a lot about like the mechanics of dragons, like, hey, this is frost resistance or anything like that. He has no idea. So I'm going to play my character like that. And I'm going to be like completely devoid and ignorant of what the best possible way to kill an enemy is. Unless I'm familiar with that enemy.
Well, do I have a deal for you?
Go ahead, I'm listening.
She's a trained dragon scholar, both in real life and in game, so she has all the dragon lore you need.
Everything. From the creation of dragons to now.
Right, but I really don't want to play my character like that, right? I mean, I'll be happy to have like little interactions with Kylie about, oh my goodness, can you believe what happened there? I had no idea they could breathe fire or whatever.
Cool. Yeah, and I think Kobis is definitely in the neutral kind of druidy alignment-y space. All right.
Yeah, he's
neutrally druidy alignment-y.
He's definitely chaotic neutral, man.
Cool.
Yeah, I thought you handled that fine, and I agree with what Horace said in terms of ultimately we do have to help decide together as a group, and I think we did rehash some of the same things, but we eventually got onto the same page. And I'll reinforce and back up what I said earlier, in that I have been in other situations where something similar happened, and it just ended up feeling bad afterwards. And there will sometimes be situations where, it's not going to be 100% for everybody, but as long as we have a general consensus, I think that's okay.
Yeah.
I think like Yuri as a character definitely would have preferred to smash there, but that doesn't mean that the situation can't turn out differently. It'll just give him different story fodder to work with as a character. don't know. I thought it, you know, I think it turned out fine.
Yeah,
I
I've been
feel
in
like-
situations. Sorry to interrupt, Melly. I've been in situations where there's like a prisoner, and we're discussing what to do with the prisoner, and then one guy just says, "All right, I take out my gun and I shoot him." And it's like, well, I guess we're done with that conversation. So I don't think we're in any danger of stuff like that happening. When it did happen with Karen, we talked about it a little bit. Like, whoa, hold on, before we do that, let's talk about it. And if people are okay with Karen making those snap decisions and doing that, then that's cool.
Yeah.
I thought it was a cool thing. Other people thought it was a cool thing. And then other people were like, wait, I wanted to talk. So,
Yeah, I'm fine with it for the most part. Like, I just feel like it was very sudden and it completely caught me off guard because there wasn't really any warning for that, I guess.
Well, Karen's whole deal is like she joined the cult because she thought they stole her dude, which in a way, sort of they did. But also she just sees the rampant destruction that they bring on everybody. So to have someone be like, "Yeah, you go kill this guy for me. I'm gonna take his place and do all those nasty, evil things that he was gonna do, but it's gonna be me instead." She was like, not about that. It's kind of like she's willing to do morally dark gray things for the greater good of everybody because she has the ability to. So that's where Karen's at.
Yeah, I'm still getting better for being sick, so I'm like, my role playing today was pretty garbage, and I couldn't do any voices that I wanted to try out today, so that's kind of sucks. But
you are A-okay.
I thought you did fine.
Because it's funny, because I do voices for all of my other characters except Kyla for some reason. I don't know what it is. Like, I even have one character that I full out completely cosplay every session we have and do, like, voices for everyone else, all of my NPCs, everything except for Kyla. I don't know why.
I mean, for our show, I just do my voice for the main character. I just do me.
There's nothing wrong with that.
It's long form. It's easier on my voice.
A character's voice is more than just like the act. Like if you're an act, the way they speak, it's the thoughts they present, their connotation, the words they choose. Yeah.
Oh, I use many big words with Kyla. All right.
Yeah, I think your very precise way of speaking with her, like Kyla has very specific diction.
Yeah, I know.
Like how you pronounce the words. I think that comes through very well.
So, cool. Is there anything anybody else wanted to talk post-mortem-y about?
Oh, the reason I suggested Frostbrand was because actually in one of my campaigns recently, the party slayed a young white dragon, and Frostbrand was in her horde.
Ooh.
And so when got Frostbrand as a scimitar, and I thought it would be cool if it was also here.
Sure.
Just because it was very related to the situation.
It sounds really cool. Shape-shifting sword? Get out of here.
Cool. So, next session, we'll be storming the castle, maybe killing some cult leaders, and maybe crashing this big old castle into the ground. Who knows?
Oh boy.
See if we get that far.
Yeah. So, well, thanks for watching, everybody. We will be playing again in 2 weeks, Saturday at noon, same time, same place. So, thanks for watching, everybody, and hope you have a good night.
Bye-bye.
See you guys.
See ya.